Chapter 30, 395. Sun Wukong wants to take me in as his disciple? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly shook his head and rejected Sun Wukong's offer. Thank you for your kindness, great sage, but I already have a master. In fact, it's all thanks to my master that I'm where I am today. If it were not for the legacy Feng Qingyang had left behind in the Saint Province realm, he would not have been able to establish such a strong foundation in the mundane realm. Without those foundations, it was only natural that he would not be where he was today. Your master. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Who is he? Great sage, the young master's master is, naturally, the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Hualao said with a bitter smile on his face. You're the disciple of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang? Sun Wukong finally understood. He looked at Duan Lingtian reluctantly and said, What a pity! It's rare to meet such a good seedling. Moreover, he's from planet Yanhuang just like me. Alas, the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is ahead of him. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Sun Wukong came and left in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. After Sun Wukong left, the titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan also left the Qilin realm. However, before they left, they instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian again. Feng Qingyang's disciple, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? I didn't expect the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to have a disciple. I heard he has never officially accepted a disciple. He only has a few in-name disciples. The heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang is said to have attained godhood. Based on the heaven's equal celestial emperor's swift departure, it's very likely that the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang has attained godhood. That's right. The heaven's equal immortal emperor is a fearless lord. If celestial emperor Feng Qingyang had not become a god, he would have been able to abduct this little fellow even if he had to pierce through the heavens. The fact that he didn't kidnap him means that he is also very afraid of heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by the words of the group of titled celestial emperors from the Qilin clan. That Sun Wukong was so valiant. I'm Di Hong, the clan leader of the Qilin clan. Greetings, young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect your father to be in the Qilin clan. At this time, the patriarch of the Kirin clan, Di Hong, had also arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Di Yunlong, the second elder of the Kirin clan, was standing beside him. According to what Di Hong had said, it was obvious that Di Yunlong had told him that Duan Lingtian had come to the Kirin clan. You're too kind, clan leader Di Hong. Duan Lingtian, who had witnessed Di Hong's strength, felt flattered when he saw Di Hong, one of the strongest 7-star gods of war, acting so courteously in front of him. Whether it was Di Hong or Sun Wukong, Di Hong's strength was second only to Yun Qinyan from the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Kirin clan. Why don't you stay for a while so that I can be a good host? Di Hong said with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and declined. I appreciate your kindness, clan leader Di Hong. However, I still have many things to do. Most importantly, I have to look for my mother. I can't afford any delays. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely visit the Kirin clan. That's a pity. Di Hong sighed. Then he looked at Di Yunlong, who was standing next to him, and said, Second elder, please treat young master well and personally send him off. Yes, clan leader. Di Yunlong nodded. After Di Hong left, Di Yunlong left with Duan Lingtian and the others. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, Our clan leader is rarely so courteous. Even the disciples of the heavenly emperors who have extraordinary strength aren't this enthusiastic. It seems like he acknowledges Feng Qingyang's strength as a heavenly emperor. Since your heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's only publicly acknowledged disciple, you're highly regarded by him. This is the first time I've seen him treat a junior so warmly. Di Yinlong sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He did not know how to respond to Di Yunlong's words. Under Di Yunlong's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the Kirin clan's transportation formation and brought Duan Rafeng to the next stop. Father, why don't you enter my little world and cultivate there? I'll let you out after we find Mother. Currently, both Si Ling and Tianwu are in there. Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rafeng when they arrived in another Devata realm. Currently, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor, had returned to the spirit overarching heaven. For the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, Hualao continued to follow Di Yinlong. There's no need for that. Duan Rafeng shook his head. You can only communicate with your mother through Si Ling. I have your mother's soul pearl, and your mother has mine. I can speak to her directly. After we find her, I'll enter your little world with her. Moreover, I went to the Kirin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven after I ascended to the Devata realm. I haven't been anywhere else. This is a good opportunity for me to travel around. Duan Rafeng said. Upon seeing Duan Rufeng's insistence, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade him. However, before Duan Rufeng could enter, Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu, who were in Duan Lingtian's little world, came out and greeted him. Duan Siling even threw herself into Duan Rufeng's arms and snuggled up to him for a long time. Since Huan was cultivating, Duan Lingtian did not wake her up. He planned to introduce his mother and father to Huan when they found them. Naturally, Duan Lingtian told Duan Rafeng about Huan's presence. Following that, Duan Lingtian, Duan Rafeng, and Hualao traveled through the Devata realms to search for Huan. There were 81 Devata realms in total. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number either. Most importantly, they would stay in each Devata realm for a period of time so they could prepare for the upcoming battles. 1 Devata realm, 2 Devata realms. Duan Lingtian stayed in each Devata realm for 2 to 3 days. Finally, after leaving the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, they received a response from the 9th Devata realm. However, it was not Duan Lingtian or Duan Rafeng. It was not Duan Lingtian. It was Feng Tianwu. The person who responded was Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng. To Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao was a senior worthy of respect, and he'd helped him a lot when he was young. Coupled with him being Feng Tianwu's father, Duan Lingtian had never taken him to be an outsider. He treated Duan Lingtian like a father. Father, there's news about Uncle Feng. After receiving Tianwu's response, Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rafeng, Uncle Feng is in this Devata realm. Old Feng? In the past, Duan Rufeng and Feng Wu Dao got along well, and they took each other to be close friends. Now, when he heard his son had news of Feng Wu Dao, his gaze lit up. Where is he? Let's go and look for him. Uncle Feng is in a 3rd grade sect called the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect is located in. Following Feng Tianwu's instructions, Duan Lingtian led Duan Rafeng and Hualao to a transporting formation in the Devata realm. The Heaven Movement Celestial Sect was a 1st grade sect in the Yuan by territory in the Yuan by heaven. There was a titled Celestial Emperor in the sect. Naturally, he was only an ordinary Celestial Emperor. After leaving the Divine Offering Land, Feng Wu Dao and Duan Lingtian's senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had arrived in the same mundane realm. Both of them supported each other in the mundane realm and ascended together. However, both of them did not ascend to the same Devata realm. Feng Wu Dao had ascended to the Devata realm, Yuan by Tian. In Yuan by Tian, Feng Wu Dao slowly rose up and then revealed his talent, walking step by step until today. In a 1st grade sect, Feng Wu Dao, who had become a celestial lord at a young age, was chosen by the sect's titled Celestial Emperor and was taken in as his last disciple. Feng Wu Dao had a good life in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect since he was the only disciple of a titled celestial emperor in the sect. Even the sect leader of the Heaven Movement, Celestial Sect, had to be polite to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Heaven Movement, Celestial Sect's estate, Feng Wudao was already waiting for them. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian called out Feng Tianwu, who was unable to cultivate due to her agitated emotions, and they moved to greet Feng Wudao together. Father! Feng Tianwu threw herself into Feng Wudao's arms as tears streamed down her face. There were two important men in the world to her. One was her lover, and the other was her father. Now, seeing that her lover and father were safe and sound, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She was crying now, but it was mostly tears of joy. That's enough, silly girl. Ling Tian and brother Duan are both here. Aren't you ashamed? After Feng Wudao hugged Feng Tianwu for a while, when he saw that she still had no intention of letting go, he couldn't help but tease her. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu finally let go of Feng Wudao. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Feng Wudao still looked the same. However, his temperament was even more extraordinary than before. No matter what, Feng Wudao was already a celestial lord. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Duan Lingtian bowed apologetically. Whether it was Feng Tianwu, Duan Siling, or Duan Ru Feng, he did not apologize to any of them since they were either his family or they were no different from his family in his eyes. However, even if Feng Wudao and Tianwu were married, Feng Wudao was still his father-in-law. Because of his other wife, his father-in-law had been imprisoned and taken away. What kind of situation was this? What are you talking about, brat? We're family. Why are you being so polite? Duan Lingtian's words caused Feng Wudao's expression to darken. Although I was brought to the divine offering land, it's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, how could I have become a one basic celestial lord in such a short time? A hint of pride could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Chapter 3396. However, when Feng Wudao learned that Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his, he could not bring himself to be proud of himself. Brother Duan, I thought I've had a smooth journey and even obtained a few fortuitous encounters. I didn't expect your cultivation base to be higher than mine. Feng Wudao sighed. In the past, Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his. When he left the divine offering land, although Duan Rufing's cultivation base was higher than his, it was not much higher. He thought he had improved a lot and was ahead of the group of people who left the divine offering land. He did not expect Duan Rufing's cultivation base was still higher than his. It seems like you've had a fortuitous encounter in the Devata realms as well. Feng Wudao sighed. Fortuitous encounter? The corner of Duan Rufing's mouth twitched when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Feng Wudao was even more confused when he saw this. Brother Duan, what's wrong with you? Uncle Feng. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his father act like this. Under Duan Rufeng's warning gaze, he still betrayed Duan Rufeng. Feng Wudao was stunned when he learned about Duan Rufeng's situation. How's that possible? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Rufeng enviously and said, Brother Duan, the little princess of the Qilin clan, must be a beauty, right? Father. Feng Tianwu could not take it anymore. What was her father trying to say? Why was he envious of Feng Wudao's situation? Was he trying to find a stepmother for her? When Feng Wudao heard his daughter's voice, he realized he had lost his composure. He smiled awkwardly before he changed the topic. Tianwu has already told me everything. Although I'm doing well in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I don't plan to stay in the sect anymore. What a joke! His daughter had told him that his future son-in-law, Duan Lingtian, was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, he was allowed to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This was a great, fortuitous encounter. Ordinary people could only be found by chance. However, before that, I need to inform my master. All of you, follow me to meet my master, Feng Wudao said. Under Feng Wudao's lead, they entered the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect without any obstructions. Along the way, they could see many elders and disciples of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect greeting Feng Wudao, especially some female disciples. They even repeatedly cast flirtatious glances at Feng Wudao. Clearly, Feng Wudao was doing very well in the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Uncle Feng, this is Hualao. To Hualao was not a stranger, but to Feng Wudao, Hualao was a stranger. However, when Feng Wudao learned that Hualao was one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was naturally respectful toward Hualao. Hualao, I apologize for my lack of manners earlier. At this moment, Feng Wudao finally realized what kind of person Feng Wudao was. Initially, he thought Feng Wudao was just a follower of his son-in-law. In the words of Duan Lingtian's previous life, Feng Wudao was a bronze medallion. He did not expect Feng Wudao to be a king. Master, under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others finally met Feng Wudao's master, Tang Qian, the Qianwei Celestial Emperor of the Heaven Movement Immortal Sect. Tang Qian was dressed in a snow-white robe. His hair was white and his brows were white. At first glance, he looked like an enlightened celestial. Senior Tang Qian, Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng bowed at Tang Qian. Grandmaster. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu addressed Tang Qian as Grandmaster. Tang Qian was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. He smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng before he looked at Feng Tianwu and said, I've always heard that Wu Dao was worried about you. Now that you're finally reunited, I'm happy for him. You can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. With me around, both of you can stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect without worries. Tang Qian smiled amiably. Thank you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu quickly expressed her gratitude before she added, However, I don't plan to stay in the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect. I can only accept your kindness, Grandmaster. I'm here to bring my father away. My father brought us here to bid farewell to you, Grandmaster. Feng Tianwu took the initiative to speak on behalf of Feng Wudao. HM? Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Tang Qian frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything to Feng Tianwu. Instead, he looked at Feng Wudao. Master. Feng Wudao cupped his fists together and said, Even if I leave the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect, I won't forget your teachings, Master. Moreover, I'll come back to visit you often. Tang Qian nodded. Tang Qian sighed when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Wudao, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but there are too many dangers in the Devata realms. If you can't protect yourself, you'll most likely die. You're only a one basic celestial lord. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive if you're alone. Clearly, Tang Qian was very worried about Feng Wudao's safety. Don't worry, Master. Since I've decided to leave, I'm confident I'll be able to survive. Moreover, I'm leaving the Heaven Movement Celestial Sect to go to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can rest assured now, right? Feng Wudao did not beat around the bush. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Tang Qian's eyes widened when he heard Feng Wudao's words. Even for him, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was out of his reach. In fact, with his strength, even if he wanted to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would not accept him. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven did not only look at one's strength, but one's character as well. Although Feng Wudao's character was good, his strength did not meet the requirements of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In fact, he was not even qualified to join the Heavenly Palace of the Yuan by Heaven, let alone the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What's going on? Tang Qian asked. Tang Qian glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others as though he was trying to detect something from Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Tianwu and Duan Ru Feng were still fine as he didn't notice anything strange on them. However, he could not see through the purple-clad young man and the red-clad old man. Tang Qian could not see through Hualao because his cultivation base was not high enough. As for Duan Lingtian, due to the profound divine metal concealing his aura, Tang Qian could not see through him at all. Master, Duan Lingtian is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, Feng Wu Dao said as he introduced Feng Wu Dao. A hint of pride could be heard in his voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After staying in the Heaven Movement celestial sect for a long time, Feng Wu Dao had learned a lot about the legendary heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, including the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a legendary figure in the Devata realms. Many people said he had attained godhood. Most importantly, the solitary destructive heaven was a legendary figure. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was the only person who had survived the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Just this alone was enough to make him famous in the Devata realms. The true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Tang Qian was shocked when he heard Feng Wu Dao's words. His eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? At the same time, he instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Hualao. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Tang Qian. He knew he needed Hualao to convince Tang Qian. Tang Qian sincerely treated Feng Wu Dao. This was something he could see. For this reason, he knew Tang Qian would not let Feng Wu Dao go unless he convinced Tang Qian. Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, Hualao's red robe fluttered as a celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire surged out. Tang Qian's expression changed drastically when he felt the pressure. Although Tang Qian had used his celestial origin energy to defend himself, he could not help but feel the pressure. After all, Tang Qian was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, Tang Qian was only an ordinary 1-star god of war. This kind of strength was nothing in front of Elder Hua, who could barely be considered a 6-star war god. Greetings, my lord. When Elder Hua removed the pressure, Tang Qian was already drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, he hurriedly bowed to Elder Hua. I'm Hualao from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Hualao said indifferently. As for this person before me, he's the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It's your good fortune to be able to become Feng Wu Dao's disciple. I believe you. I believe you. Tang Qian, who had witnessed Hua Lao's strength, no longer dared to doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. He hastily bowed at Duan Lingtian and said, Greetings, my lord. Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not even need to make a move. Duan Lingtian only needed to say a few words to kill him. Senior Tang Qian, you're too polite. Since you're Uncle Feng's master, you're naturally my senior as well. You can just call me Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Young master, these are 2 separate matters. I admire Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang very much. You're his disciple, so it's no different from him coming to visit me personally. Tang Qian was flattered. In the past, everyone in the Heaven Movement celestial sect thought it was Feng Wu Dao's good fortune to become his disciple. Tang Qian agreed. However, it was just as Hualao had said. Even Tang Qian thought it was his good fortune to have Feng Wu Dao as his disciple. Due to this, he was able to establish a relationship with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He could imagine this. If he encountered any problems in the future, he could look for Feng Wu Dao. All Feng Wu Dao had to do was speak to the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven would help him. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is Wu Dao's son-in-law. Tang Qian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled Feng Wu Dao's introduction of Feng Wu Dao to the purple-clad young man in front of him. Chapter 3397. His disciple's daughter could be considered as his grand-disciple. His grand-disciple's future husband was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In other words, the young palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was his grand-disciple's son-in-law. Heavens! After all, Tang Qian was just an ordinary titled celestial emperor. What did he do to deserve this? When he thought up to here, Tang Qian was excited to the point he was slightly unable to restrain himself, and he only recovered from his shock under the reminder of Feng Wu Dao after a short while. After regaining his senses, Tang Qian looked at Duan Lingtian and warmly invited him. "Young palace master, it's rare for you to come to our Sky Movement immortal sect. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Thank you for your kindness, Senior Tang Qian. However, I'm in a hurry to find my mother, so I'm afraid I can't stay for long," Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling, he found Duan Rafeng and Feng Tianwu. Both of them had higher cultivation bases than Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling. However, this was all because the two of them had better opportunities than the two of them. However, this was enough to show that their innate talent after being baptized in the divine offering land was still considered to be quite high in the Devata realms. At the very least, they should be able to become immortal kings. Mother must be in a Devata realm as well, but I don't know which Devata realm she is in. I guess I'll continue to search for her one by one, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After leaving the Heaven Movement immortal sect, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's small world with Feng Wu Dao. After returning to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Wu Dao's eyes lit up, and then he noticed that when compared to the minor world within Duan Lingtian's body, it was simply like comparing a new world to a wasteland. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy here allowed him to recall the days when he was in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is exactly the same as the world of divine remains. Feng Wu Dao was shocked. Based on his knowledge, it was impossible for such heaven and earth spirit energy to exist in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly palace, a heaven-grade force with an emperor-grade celestial crystal vein, would not have such heaven and earth spirit energy. Father, elder brother Duan once came across the ruins of a realm of gods and absorbed all the spiritual energy in it into his minor world. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy here comes from the ruins of the realm of gods. Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian had already told her all this. Based on the size of his little world, he should have become a celestial emperor by now. How old is he? He's already an immortal emperor. Initially, Feng Wu Dao thought it was already amazing for him to be able to break through and become a one basic celestial lord. However, he was first defeated by Duan Rafeng, and now he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Rafeng was also a celestial lord, his cultivation base was much higher than Feng Wu Dao's. Duan Lingtian was even stronger. He was a celestial emperor, a stage higher than Feng Wu Dao's cultivation base. Therefore, Feng Wu Dao would not be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Grandpa Wu Dao, Duan Siling was not fully immersed in her cultivation. When she saw Feng Tianwu and Feng Wu Dao, she immediately stepped forward to greet them. "You're Siling?" Although Duan Siling had grown up when they parted ways, she was still a far cry from her current self. Therefore, Feng Wu Dao recognized her immediately. "It's me, Grandpa Wu Dao," Duan Siling giggled. I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly and become a celestial king. Feng Wu-Dao sighed emotionally. At this moment, Feng Wu-Dao felt that time had passed too quickly. The little girl from all those years ago had already grown into an adult now, and she looked to be not much different from his daughter, Feng Tianwu. Grandpa Wu-Dao, you're even more amazing. You're already a celestial lord, Duan Siling said with a smile. No matter how amazing I am, I'm still no match for your father and grandfather. Feng Wu-Dao laughed at himself. At the same time, his gaze subconsciously landed on the beautiful figure under the towering tree that seemed to be able to cause everything in the surroundings to lose its luster. That is, although the owner of that beautiful figure had her eyes tightly closed and was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, her perfect appearance was still able to compete with the radiant towering tree beside her, not losing out in the slightest. What a perfect woman! Feng Wu-Dao exclaimed in admiration before withdrawing his gaze of admiration, and at the same time he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked, Tianwu, this is? Father, she's little sister Huan. Feng Tianwu smiled and said, Elder brother Duan met Huan not long after he ascended to the Devata realm. She was only about 10 years old at that time. Speaking of which, Sister Huan is younger than Siling. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Siling smiled wryly. Although she's younger than me, I'm afraid I'll have to call her fourth mother in the future. Fourth mother? Feng Tianwu was taken aback. First mother is your mother. Second mother is Sister Fei. So shouldn't little Sister Huan be third mother? Auntie Tianwu, there's only one third mother in Siling's heart. Duan Siling chuckled. Little girl, how dare you tease me? Feng Tianwu glared at Duan Siling. It seemed like she was reprimanding Duan Siling, but the corners of her mouth curved up subconsciously. It was not difficult to see her true feelings at this moment. At this moment, Feng Wu-Dao, who was standing at the side, finally realized who the woman was. As it turned out, she was Ling Tian's confidant. That brat is even more promiscuous than I was when I was younger. Feng Wu-Dao sighed inwardly. Although Feng Wu-Dao saw another woman by Duan Lingtian's side, he was not worried his daughter would fall out of favor. After all, he knew how Duan Lingtian was like. Father, you should cultivate in elder brother Duan's little world in the future. Not only will your cultivation base improve quickly, but you'll also be able to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life quickly. Feng Tianwu said to Feng Wu-Dao, in Duan Lingtian's little world, apart from the 5 divine elements, there was also the divine tree of life. Their existence made the little world a sacred place for one to comprehend the law of the 5 elements and the law of life. As the owner of the little world, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to see everything in the little world. When Feng Wu-Dao discovered Huan Er's existence, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all, he hadn't even gotten the chance to marry Huan Er's daughter yet. Although he did not mean to, he still felt guilty. No matter what, Feng Wu-Dao was still his future father-in-law. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Feng Wu-Dao was not upset. Then he brought his father, Duan Rafeng, and Hua Lao with him as they continued to search the Devata realms for their friends and family. In the Purple Revelation Heaven, it was one of the 81 Devata realms. Currently, in a remote cave in a mountain range in the Z Revelation territory of the Z Revelation Heaven, there were many beautiful women sitting or standing in it. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with solemnity. Junior aunt, will we be discovered? A young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old asked the young woman standing closest to the cave entrance. Her face was still childish, but it was obvious she would grow up to be a great beauty. The young woman looked exhausted. Upon hearing the young girl's words, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Don't worry, little Chin, we won't be discovered. Although the Tuya sect is a grade 6 sect with a celestial lord, it's impossible for the celestial lord to personally hunt us down. As long as we don't give ourselves away, with the formation I've set up, we'll be able to fool them. If Duan Ling Tian, Duan Rufeng, and Duan Ling Tian were here, they would be able to recognize with a single glance that this young woman, who was addressed as Martial Uncle by the young girl, was none other than Li Ro. She was Duan Ling Tian's biological mother. She was Duan Rufeng's wife. After Li Ro left the divine offering land, she had been separated from the others and wandered alone in a completely unfamiliar, mundane realm. With the help of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, it did not take long for her to ascend to a Devata realm. Not long after she had ascended to the Devata realm, she was almost killed. It was an elder from her sect who had saved her. However, due to the elder's injuries, it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation base. After that, Li Ro followed the elder back to her sect. It was a sect that only consisted of women, and she became a disciple of the sect. Soon after, she became a disciple of the elder who had saved her. After that, she continued to grow and improve her cultivation base at a rapid pace, shocking everyone. When most of the people in the sect thought she would leave for another place to climb up the social ladder, she chose to stay even though her master did not allow her to leave. At that time, anyone could tell she was a disciple of the sect. If Li Ro left the sect, she would be able to join a stronger sect and obtain better resources. She would be able to grow even faster. However, Li Ro did not. She continued to help her master, whose days were numbered due to her injuries back then, manage the affairs of the sect. Eventually, her master's injuries relapsed and she passed away. She took over her master's position and became an elder of the sect. The sect Li Ro belonged to was called the Elegant Sect. It was only a grade 7 force, and the strongest person in the sect was a 9 palaces celestial king. Although Li Ro's current strength was not bad, she was only at the level of an ordinary elder of the Elegant Sect. Some time ago, the Elegant Sect, which stood aloof from worldly affairs and was like a paradise, suddenly had an expert from a grade 6 sect descend. He bluntly asked the Elegant Sect to become a subsidiary of his sect, and the disciples of the Elegant Sect had to cooperate and become the cultivation partners of the male disciple of the sect. Naturally, the Elegant Sect was unwilling. As a result, they were suppressed by the grade 6 sect. Not only did the grade 6 sect disperse the Elegant Sect with their powerful martial strength, but they also went around hunting down the members of the Elegant Sect. As an elder of the Elegant Sect, Li Ro escaped with more than 10 disciples of the Elegant Sect and hid in a remote mountain range. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, followed by a cold voice that entered Li Ro's ears. The people of the Elegant Sect are below. Li Ro's expression changed drastically. Chapter 30, 398. We've been discovered. Li Ro's expression changed drastically. She never expected that they would still be discovered, even though they were hiding in such a remote place, and she had even set up an aura-concealing formation. At this moment, the remaining Elegant Sect disciples panicked. Ninth Elder, we've been discovered. What should we do? Ninth Elder, I don't want to die. Ninth Elder! The gazes of the Elegant Sect disciples fell on Li Ro. In their eyes, Li Ro was their backbone. It's fine. They might not be able to discover this place. Li Ro took a deep breath and smiled at the Elegant Sect disciples before her. Perhaps they do this every time they go to a place. They want us to go out and walk right into their trap. We'll just wait here. If they really discover us, they'll naturally come looking for us. If they don't, we'll be walking right into their trap if we escape. If we don't go out, we'll be able to escape this calamity. After Li Ro's words, more than 10 Elegant Sect disciples suddenly quieted down. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to take a single breath. At the same time, the outside suddenly quieted down. Looks like we've escaped this calamity. A Elegant Sect disciple smiled. Ninth elder is still calm. Otherwise, we'd definitely be caught by them if we went out just now. Another elegant sect disciple said. The other elegant sect disciples were also in high spirits at this moment. They were in high spirits as though they had once again escaped from a calamity. To them, the calamity of the elegant sect had come too quickly. It was so quick that they did not even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the elegant sect had already dispersed. The group of elegant sect higher-ups each brought some of the elegant sect disciples to escape. Just when the group of elegant sect disciples thought that they had escaped this calamity, the silence outside was suddenly broken by a loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule. Elder Leroux. When the voice entered the cave, the expressions of the group of elegant sect disciples, including Leroux, changed drastically. At the same time, a tall figure walked in from outside the cave. Whoosh! 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 Leroux's gaze turned cold. She struck out like a bolt of lightning. Sword rays wreaked havoc, interweaving into a sword net, and welcomed the incoming person. However, it did not pose any threat to the newcomer. The newcomer merely raised his hand, and his celestial core power roared out, instantly shattering Leroux's attack. Leroux's strength was clearly inferior to the other party. Elder Leroux, you are no match for me. A moment later, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Leroux and the others. It was a bearded man who was staring at Leroux with sparkling eyes. It's a pity that the sect leader has taken a fancy to you. Otherwise, you would definitely be mine, Fangji. At this moment, a few more figures appeared behind the curly-bearded man and followed behind him. Fangji. He's the third elder of the Tuya sect, Fangji. Fangji is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Elder Leroux is no match for him. In fact, he can easily kill all of us by himself. It's over. It's over. Now that Fangji is here, it's over for us. The faces of the dozens of elegant sect's disciples were ashen. Each and every one of them had lost all hope. Many of them had already made up their minds to die. Even if they had to die, they were not willing to let the people from the Tuya sect succeed. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. At this moment, even Leroux had made up her mind to die. However, Leroux glanced at the young girl who seemed to be in her teens before she looked at Fangji and said in a deep voice, Elder Fangji, this girl is still young. Don't tell me you won't even spare a child? You must be joking, Elder Leroux. Fangji narrowed his eyes and sized up the young girl that Leroux was talking about. He grinned and said, I think this girl is quite pretty. She'll definitely be a great beauty in a few years. It's good to bring such a beauty back to our Tuya sect and take good care of her. Leroux's gaze turned cold when she heard Fangji's words. Elder Leroux, senior sisters, junior sisters, I'll take my leave first. One of the elegant sect disciples raised his hand and placed it on his head, killing himself. With someone taking the lead, a few others followed suit. Several figures fell one after another. Seeing this, even though Leroux was extremely furious and her eyes were about to split open, she could only watch and do nothing. They're really unyielding. Fangji glanced indifferently at the corpses on the ground and then instructed the people behind him. Store their corpses in the storage ring. When we return, give them to the sect elders and disciples with special fetishes. Yes, third elder. The people behind Fangji responded and moved to collect the corpses. The faces of the elegant sect disciples who were about to commit suicide turned incomparably pale when they heard Fangji's words. The people of the Tuya sect would not let them go even if they died. If that was the case, was there any point in committing suicide? Whoosh! 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 The few Tuya sect disciples had just moved when Leroux made a move first. Hundreds and thousands of sword rays swept over and destroyed the corpses in an instant. Elder Leroux, no matter what, you're only helping these few people. Fangji said indifferently. Now, There's a large number of corpses of your elegant sect disciples being transported to our Tuya sect. Elder Leroux, our sect leader, said that if you dare to commit suicide, he'll dismember 100 surviving elegant sect disciples. When Leroux was determined to die, Fong Ji seemed to be able to see through her inner thoughts and said in a timely manner, "Dismemberment, how painful would that be?" Just thinking about it makes one shudder. Fong Ji's voice deliberately trembled, causing the remaining elegant sect disciples' expressions to change drastically. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Fong Ji's words made Leroux lose the courage to attack herself. At most, if the Tuya sect leader dares to act recklessly, I'll destroy my own face. I don't believe that he'll be interested in an ugly freak. Leroux thought to herself. At the same time, Leroux was somewhat regretful. If she had listened to her master's words and left the elegant sect to cultivate in a powerful sect, her strength would definitely be much stronger than it was now. Even if the elegant sect was facing such a calamity and her actions were of no help, the Tuya sect would be wary of her if she had a powerful sect behind her. The Tuya sect was only a 6th grade sect with one celestial lord. With Leroux's talent, it would not be difficult for her to enter a 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, or 1st grade sect, let alone a 6th grade sect. After all, as a celestial king, she was only 300 years old. In the end, Leroux and the remaining disciples of the elegant sect were taken away by the Tuya sect's 3rd elder, Fong Ji, and the others and escorted back to the Tuya sect. On the way back to the Tuya sect with Fong Ji, Leroux was disheartened. A tall young man's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. "Brother Fong, I'm sorry, I won't be able to wait for you. After I destroy my own face, I'll explode and die. I won't let you down." A moment later, a purple figure flashed in Leroux's mind. It was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers. "Tianer, if there's an afterlife, I still want to be your mother." "No. Bah, 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 bah. How can there be an afterlife? You'll definitely live well. There's also Kerr, Fei, Sealing, Yintian." Leroux's eyes were filled with reluctance. "Junior aunt, I'm scared. I'm so scared." The young girl leaned against Leroux. Her eyes and face were filled with fear. Leroux's gaze was gentle as she looked at the young girl. Her memories drifted away as she thought of her granddaughter. "Duan, Sealing, little Qin, don't be afraid. You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future. As long as there's a chance, you'll be able to escape." Leroux comforted the young girl. Naturally, although Leroux comforted the young girl, she knew that once the young girl entered the Tuya sect, the chances of her escaping would be slim. However, she had no other choice but to comfort the young girl. At the very least, this would make her feel better. As expected, the young girl's expression softened when she heard Leroux's words. However, she still looked at Leroux worriedly. "What about you, junior aunt? What about you? What about the senior sisters?" the young girl asked. There'll be a way." Leroux forced a smile on her face. However, she sighed inwardly. She was not afraid of death. She only felt regretful. She did not get to see her son again. She had been separated from her son for many years. It was even longer than the time she had been separated from her husband, grandson, and granddaughter. Leroux was looking at her son, Duan Lingtian, when her eyes widened. She had received an unexpected message. "Tian, there's a reply from your mother." The Purple Revelation Heaven was a Devata realm that Duan Lingtian had never been to before. As soon as he arrived, he heard his father, Duan Rafeng, exclaim excitedly, "Mother!" Duan Lingtian's expression froze for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. "Mother is in the Purple Revelation Heaven? Father, where is Mother in the Purple Revelation Heaven?" "She's in the Purple Revelation territory." When Duan Rufeng replied to Duan Lingtian, his eyes were burning with rage. It was as though a prairie fire had started to burn. Once it was ignited, it could not be stopped. Father, did something happen to Mother? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the anger in Duan Rufing's eyes and sensed Duan Rufing's anxiety. If we came a few days later, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see your mother, Duan Rufing said in a deep voice. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. What happened to Mother? Let's talk on the way. Let's go there first. Duan Rufing said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. We'll go to the Devata realm through a transportation formation nearby. Father, ask Mother if there's a transportation formation nearby. If she doesn't know, you can ask her if there's a place nearby. Duan Lingtian's tone was slightly anxious. Chapter 30, 399. The Tuya sect was a 6th grade sect, and its encampment was located in a stretch of barren mountain range. From afar, it looked like an extremely desolate place. Looking at this place from afar, it looked like a desolate place. However, upon entering the mountain range, one could see that there was a completely different world inside. A large cluster of buildings stood behind the mountain range. It was like a paradise. This was also the encampment of the Tuya sect. 9th Elder. When Li Ro and a few other disciples of the Elegant sect were brought to the Wirts of the Tuya sect's encampment, another group of disciples of the Elegant sect was captured and brought back. This group of disciples of the Elegant sect had more than 10 people, and the leader was a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and a slightly disheveled appearance. 7th Elder. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Li Ro's lips curled into a bitter smile. She did not expect to meet the 7th Elder and the others who were captured by the Tuya sect just as she arrived outside the Tuya sect's encampment. It seemed that although the Elegant sect had dispersed, many people were still captured and brought back. The sect leader committed suicide. The beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Li Ro. 9th Elder, tell me, what kind of sin did our Elegant sect commit? If it were not for the lives of my 2 disciples, I would have already followed the sect leader. As she spoke, the beautiful woman's tone was filled with deep-rooted hatred directed at the people of the Tuya sect. Ha! 3rd Elder, your harvest is not bad. The person who escorted the 7th Elder and the others back was an old man. When he saw the Tuya sect's 3rd Elder, Feng Ji, who was escorting Li Ro and the other people of the Elegant sect, he laughed and said, This should be the 9th Elder of the Elegant sect, Li Ro, whom the sect leader wants, right? The old man came forward and sized up Li Ro. Her looks are indeed not bad, but I heard the sect leader say that he values her talent more. Thinking about it, Sect Master will definitely be able to give birth to a few gifted children. As long as 1 or 2 of her children have her talent, our Tuya sect will definitely become a 5th grade sect, or even a 4th grade sect in the future. The old man looked at Li Ro with a look of yearning in his eyes. 5th Elder, your harvest is also not bad. Feng Ji smiled faintly. At the same time, he retracted his gaze from the group of people behind the old man and looked at the old man. Li Ro's expression changed slightly. It was only at this moment that she realized how naive her previous thoughts were. She had even planned to destroy her own appearance, so that the sect leader of the Tuya sect would give up the idea of seducing her. Little did she expect that the sect leader had not taken a fancy to her because of her beauty. The other party had taken a fancy to her talent. The other party definitely wouldn't dare to use her. However, if the other party really had a child with her and wanted to kill her, he could totally use the child to his advantage. The child would not know what kind of person its mother was. Naturally, it would not bear a grudge against the sect leader of the Tuya sect. If the child inherited her talent, it would naturally be a great help to the Tuya sect when it grew up in the future. For a moment, Li Ro was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Brother Feng is here. Li Ro secretly sighed in relief when she recalled the message she received earlier. At the same time, She could not help but feel excited. Brother Feng said that he's with Tian. They're reunited. Si Ling, Tianwu, and Brother Feng are also there. Tian, that brat, actually harmed another girl? What kind of girl would be able to move Tian, Ai's heart before saving Ke? I'm really curious. At this moment, Li Ro was no longer afraid. This was because she had asked her husband, Duan Rufeng, if he could rescue her from the Tuya sect. Her husband had told her that he was already a celestial lord. Moreover, her husband had also told her that his son was a celestial lord. His son was a celestial emperor. Tian has actually become a celestial emperor. He must have suffered a lot all these years. When Li Ro thought about this, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. As Duan Lingtian's mother, when she found out that her son was a celestial emperor, the first thought that came to her mind was not to feel happy for her son, but to feel sorry for Duan Lingtian. After a while, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Feng Ji, handed the few elegant sect disciples around Li Ro to the fifth elder of the Tuya sect, who was also the old man. Ninth elder. The expressions of the elegant sect disciples changed drastically when they saw that they were about to be separated from Li Ro. Along the way, they had already gotten used to staying with Li Ro. Naturally, they were not used to being separated from Li Ro. Moreover, they were about to enter the tiger's den. Under such circumstances, they needed a backbone. Martial aunt. The young girl's expression changed as she looked at Li Ro. She also wanted to stay with Li Ro, but she was still forcefully taken away. They had no human rights in this place. After the old man left, the third elder of the Tuya sect, Feng Ji, looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, Elder Li Ro, come with me to see the sect leader. Feng Ji. However, Li Ro did not move. Instead, she looked at Feng Ji and said in a low voice, If you're willing to let me go, I can give you an opportunity. Let you go? Impossible. Feng Ji was stunned for a moment, but he still shook his head and said impatiently, Elder Li Ro, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for making a move. Do you know why my innate talent is so high? Li Ro asked as she looked deeply at Feng Ji. Feng Ji was stunned. He glanced at Li Ro and asked instinctively, Isn't it innate? Innate? Li Ro smiled. I ascended from the mundane realm. You're saying that my innate talent is so high? Are you kidding me? What? Feng Ji's expression changed when he heard Li Ro's words. You're an ascender? Feng Ji had lost his composure because he was an ascender. Moreover, he was a monstrous genius when he was in the mundane realm. However, even though he was a genius in the mundane realm, he could not compare to those who were born and raised in the Devata realms. As an ascender, his understanding of ascenders was much better than those who were born in the Devata realms. You don't believe me, Elder Feng Ji? Li Ro shook her head. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Originally, I wanted to tell you about the place where I was reborn and raised my cultivation base, Elder Feng Ji. In the end, you don't want to know about it, Elder Feng Ji. In that case, please bring me to the sect leader of the Tuya sect, Elder Feng Ji. When we arrive at the Tuya sect and meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect, I can use this opportunity to make a deal with him. Naturally, it's risky to make a deal with him. I'm afraid he won't let me go even if he benefits from me. For this reason, if I have a choice, I'd rather make a deal with you, Elder Feng Ji. Li Ro looked at Feng Ji meaningfully when she finished speaking. Feng Ji fell silent when he heard Li Ro's words. He stared at Li Ro intently as though he was trying to read Li Ro's expression. Elder Li Ro, you should know I won't believe you if you're not convincing enough. Li Ro's expression remained unchanged when she heard Feng Ji's question. She said indifferently, Back then, I accidentally entered a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. There was a skeleton at the entrance of that place. He left behind a memory celestial talisman with a message. He said it was the ruins of a realm of gods. Initially, I didn't know what the realms of gods were until I heard a powerhouse mention it while I was traveling. That's when I learned that it's a realm that transcends the Devata realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. It's a place where gods who are stronger than celestial emperors cultivate. Most of the people there are gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy used by godly spirits is different from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. I'm just an ascender with a mortal body. I didn't expect my innate talent to change so drastically after entering the Devata realms. Liro said, "Since there's such a place, why don't you share it with others? Based on what I know, you have a master in the elegant sect, right?" Feng Ji asked as he looked at Liro intently. At the same time, Feng Ji's eyes shone brightly. He felt that Liro's words were very convincing. After all, not everyone in the Tuya sect knew about the realm of gods. However, Feng Ji had heard about it before. If it was really a realm of gods, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could really change a person's innate talent. Once a higher level of heaven and earth spirit chi entered a person's body, it would definitely transform the person's body. There was no doubt about this. However, Feng Ji was unaware of this. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods could change a person's innate talent, it could only change a person's innate talent. A person with a mortal body was a person who had yet to become a celestial. Celestials were no longer mortals. Even if they entered the realm of gods, they could only cultivate using the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. It was impossible for them to change their innate talent. I've told Master about it, but she said she doesn't have much time left, so there's no need for that. She also warned me not to tell anyone about it, lest someone kills me and monopolizes the secrets of the realm of God's ruins. Li Ro looked at Feng Ji warily as she said, "Elder Feng Ji, if you really want to go to the realm of gods, we have to make a pact. Otherwise, I won't bring you there. I don't want you to kill me first after I bring you there, and then monopolize that secret." Li Ro's words were exactly what Feng Ji was thinking. "Do you think I, Feng Ji, am that kind of person?" Feng Ji said indifferently, "Tell me, Li Ro, what do you want?" "I haven't thought of it yet. If we really want to go, I'll think about it on the way and tell you when I've made up my mind." Li Ro said, "All right." However, Feng Ji was thinking that no matter what method Li Ro came up with, he would let Li Ro personally bring him to the realm of gods. Once he found the realm of gods, he would kill Li Ro. Chapter 3400. Feng Ji believed Li Ro's words. Therefore, he decided to follow Li Ro to take a look. Of course, before he left, he brought Li Ro back to the Tuya sect. However, he did not bring Li Ro to meet the sect leader of the Tuya sect. With that, he left the Smudge Crow sect with his son and the 3 disciples he valued the most. This time, he did not plan to return. In the Tuya sect, the only person he could not leave was his only son. "Father, isn't this too risky?" Feng Ji's son, Feng Chun, was also a celestial king expert. He was even stronger than Li Ro. After learning of Feng Ji's plan, he frowned slightly and asked, "Do you think she's lying to me?" Feng Ji glanced at Feng Chun with a doting look in his eyes. "Chun, you don't have to worry. She wouldn't dare to lie to me. Moreover, lying to me won't do her any good. Perhaps she'll be treated well by the sect leader. However, if she's lying to me, I've already decided to leave the Tuya sect. What do I have to fear? I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death." As he spoke, Feng Ji deliberately glanced at Li Ro. However, Li Ro's expression was calm and unperturbed. This made Feng Ji even more certain that Li Ro was not lying to him. "Second junior brother, I also think that you're worrying too much. This elder Li Ro from the elegant sect is not as strong as us. Are you afraid that she'll run away after lying to us?" Feng Ji's eldest disciple, a middle-aged man who was slightly stronger than Feng Chun, had a pair of triangular eyes that flashed with a frightening light. "There are so many of us, and 3 of us are stronger than her. If she dares to lie to us and lure us into a trap, one of us will go in to test it out. Once something happens, the rest of us can torture her to death slowly." As he spoke, Fang Ji's eldest disciple's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yes, second senior brother, eldest senior brother is right. At the same time, the other two disciples under Fang Ji chimed in. "There are so many of us. Our strength can completely suppress Li Ro. She won't be able to cause much trouble." In fact, Fang Chun had also thought about this. His question was just a subconscious one. However, after listening to his senior and junior brother's conversation and his father's words, he felt much more confident. If that's the case, let's hurry up and leave. From today onward, we're no longer members of the Tuya sect. If the sect leader finds out that we've kidnapped Li Ro, he definitely won't let us off the hook. Fang Chun said solemnly, "Once we go to the ruins of the realms of gods, it won't take long for us to become celestial lords," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Fang Chun's eldest senior brother said with a smile, "At that time, even if we take the initiative, the sect leader of the Tuya sect won't dare to act rashly. In fact, as long as we show our strength, the sect leader of the Tuya sect might even give up his position to you, Master." As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Ji with a flattering look in his eyes. At the same time, he flattered Fang Ji and repeatedly thanked him. "Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, Master. Even if I'm reborn, I won't forget who I am. I won't forget you, Master. I'll continue to follow you, Master." As Fang Ji's eldest apprentice spoke, his third and fourth apprentices also expressed their thanks. From the way they spoke, it was almost as if they viewed Fang Ji as their second parent. Fang Ji nodded in satisfaction when he saw how sensible his disciples were. The reason he brought them along was because he wanted to recruit a few helpers. After all, he was very ambitious. After all, he did not think much of a sixth-grade celestial sect like the Tuya sect after he obtained the fortuitous encounter. He wanted to go higher and further. "Li Ro, lead the way." Fang Ji looked at Li Ro and said indifferently, "Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if we can't return to the Tuya sect, we won't let you go so easily. A cornered dog can jump over a wall. If you push us too far, it'll be too late for regrets." At this moment, Fang Ji was determined to obtain the fortuitous encounter that Li Ro had mentioned. He wanted to go to the ruins of a realm of gods to obtain the opportunity to be reborn. For this reason, he had even betrayed the Tuya sect with his son and 3 disciples. It would not take long for the sect leader of the Tuya sect to find out that he had brought Li Ro back but did not bring her to him. At that time, he would be hunted down and killed. "There's no benefit in lying to you," Li Ro said indifferently. "Fang Ji, don't forget what I said. I'll try my best to think of a way to protect myself along the way so that you won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Although Fang Ji said so, a chilling light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Where's the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm? We have to go there first," Li Ro asked Fang Ji. Naturally, she knew where the nearest transportation formation was. However, she deliberately asked Fang Ji so that Fang Ji could bring her there. "Hanlin City." Fang Ji said, "The place you're talking about is not in the Purple Revelation territory." At this moment, Fang Ji realized something. "It's not." Li Ro shook her head. Fang Ji did not say anything and led the way while Li Ro followed behind him. As for his son and 2 disciples, they followed behind Li Ro. At this moment, even if Li Ro wanted to flee, she would not be able to do so. On the way to Hanlin City, Li Ro finally had time to relax and secretly heave a sigh of relief. She had only heard about the ruins of realms of gods not long ago. She had followed her son, Duan Lingtian's, suggestion and chose this method to protect herself before her son and husband found her. It was her son, Duan Lingtian, who had told her about the ruins of the realms of gods. He had also told her to lure Fang Ji into the realms of gods. Moreover, Li Ro was really an ascender who had undergone the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. With her current innate talent, how could Feng Ji not be fooled? After Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's soul pearl from his father, Duan Rafeng, he had given Li Ro another suggestion. It was to tell Feng Ji that she had a backer, a celestial emperor. However, it was impossible for Feng Ji to take the risk. After all, it was much safer to tell him about the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, everyone was greedy. Feng Ji, an elder of a 6th grade sect, might not be able to break through and become a celestial lord in his lifetime. How could he miss out on the opportunity to become a celestial lord or even a celestial emperor? Hanlin City. At the same time, Li Ro told her son, Duan Lingtian, about the place where she would follow Feng Ji to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Purple Revelation territory. However, he had only arrived near the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Moreover, his destination was relatively random. Initially, he could have asked for directions to the Tuya sect. However, it would take some time for him to ask for directions to the Tuya sect. Moreover, his mother had already arrived at the Tuya sect. For this reason, he felt it would be better for his mother to leave the Tuya sect for now. Do you know where Hanlin City is? Not long after Li Ro left with Feng Ji, Duan Lingtian received Li Ro's message and asked for directions to Hanlin City. At the same time, he asked to allow for directions to Hanlin City. Whoosh! Hua Lao's main body was a fiery, red, 3-legged golden crow. From afar, it looked like a dazzling sun. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rafeng landed on Hua Lao's back. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a great distance. If an immortal emperor was nearby and saw Hua Lao's figure in the air, he might even say that it was the sun that was rapidly moving and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. We're here. Although Hanlin City was quite a distance away, with Hua Lao's speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. After arriving at Hanlin City, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his mother, Li Ro. When he learned that she had not arrived yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. Father, let's go pick up Mother. Now that they had arrived at Hanlin City and roughly knew the direction of the Tuya sect, it would be easy to find his mother. They could directly intercept her on the way. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell and Duan Rufing's eyes lit up, Duan Lingtian received another message from Li Ro. Tian, they must be worried that someone from the Tuya sect will come after them. They've taken a detour to Hanlin City. You and your father should wait for us in Hanlin City. Okay, Duan Lingtian responded and immediately greeted Duan Rafeng. Then the two of them and Hua Lao rose into the air and stood in the air above Hanlin City. Hua Lao's divine sense swept out and enveloped the entire Hanlin City before continuing to spread out. Whenever he sensed Li Ro's presence within the range of his divine sense, he would immediately sense it. Apart from being a titled celestial emperor, Hua Lao was also a 10 Directions celestial emperor. Currently, his divine sense had shrouded the entire Hanlin City. The strongest person in the city was a celestial lord, so no one could detect his divine sense. A few hours later, they're here. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufing's eyes lit up. This was especially true for Duan Rafeng. He was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. He had not seen his wife for many years. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions vanished from the sky above Hanlin City as though they had transformed into a gust of wind. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Hanlin City, Li Ro was being held hostage by Feng Ji, his son, and his master and disciples. Li Ro, have you made up your mind? Feng Ji asked. Not yet. Li Ro frowned. Feng Ji, if you're alone, it's fine. However, now that you've brought so many people with you, how am I supposed to think of a solution? I have a feeling that if I tell you the location of the ruins of a realm of gods, you won't let me go after you've confirmed it. Even if you can't confirm it, You'll definitely send someone to monitor me before you decide what to do next. If you can't confirm it, you won't let me leave alone." The frown on Li Ro's face deepened as she spoke. Chapter 3401. It seems like we're at a dead end. Li Ro's expression darkened as she looked at Fang Ji. "Haha." Fang Ji laughed. "Li Ro, don't be so pessimistic. Don't we still need to use the transportation formation to get there? You can think of a way after we get there. I'm sure you'll come up with a good plan." Fang Ji was worried Li Ro would give up on bringing them to the ruins of the realms of gods. "Humph." Li Ro snorted coldly. Without any warning, she came to a halt and glared at Fang Ji. "Fang Ji, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Now, I have to think of a way to guarantee my safety before I take you there. Otherwise, don't even think about it," Li Ro said. Fang Ji and the others had no choice but to follow suit when Li Ro came to a halt. Their expressions darkened at this moment. Fang Ji's eyes were cold as he looked at Li Ro. "Li Ro, I'm warning you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's not too late for the 4 of us to bring you back to the Tuya sect. At that time, you'll fall into the hands of the sect leader, and we won't be at fault. At most, I'll tell the sect leader that you're cunning and have escaped. Then I'll bring my son and 3 disciples out of the sect to chase after you." "We caught up with you," Fang Ji said. "Fang Ji, since you want to bring me back, just bring me back," Li Ro said indifferently, looking indifferent. Her nonchalance made Fang Ji's expression even more unsightly. Naturally, he did not want to go back just like that. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Li Ro, what do you think?" Fang Ji asked, trying to suppress his tone. Fang Ji's son, Fang Chun, and his 3 disciples looked at Li Ro with hostility. If Li Ro did not cooperate, they would not be able to obtain the opportunity to be baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. "Let me think." Li Ro stood on the spot with a slight frown on her face. She seemed to be deep in thought. After a few dozen breaths, Fang Ji's patience was running out. "Li Ro, have you thought about it? If you haven't made up your mind, we should hurry up and leave the teleportation formation's teleportation array. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape once those from the Smudge Crow sect catch up to you," Fang Ji urged. "Yes, I have," Li Ro said. "Huh." Fang Ji was stunned. He did not expect Li Ro to have made up her mind. "What do you mean? You don't have to say it." Li Ro shook her head and said, "You don't have to say it?" At this moment, not only was Fang Ji confused, but even Fang Chun and the other 2 disciples were confused. What did Li Ro mean by that? Whoosh! While the 4 of them were still in a daze, a willow branch suddenly extended from the clouds. The willow branch was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it tore through the sky and attacked them. The willow branch's power was overwhelming. By the time Fang Ji and the other 3 reacted, the willow branch was already very close to them. The terrifying energy contained in the willow branch made their hearts tremble. Therefore, their first thought was to retreat. At this moment, no one cared about Li Ro. Whoosh! 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 When Fang Ji and the others retreated, they came to their senses and found that Li Ro was no longer alone. There were 3 more people beside Li Ro. A handsome young man in purple, a young man in a green robe, and an old man in a red robe. Now, the young man in the green robe was hugging Li Ro. "Ro, I finally found you. Brother Feng." Li Ro hugged Duan Rufeng tightly, as if she would not let go for the rest of her life. When Fang Ji and the others saw the violet-robed young man glaring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, and then put away the terrifying willow branch, their faces flickered with shock. The move just now was enough to show that the young man in purple was not simple. At least, he was far more powerful than them. Your Excellency, who are you?" Fang Ji's face was slightly pale. In this world where the strong were respected, even if he was the lofty third elder of the Tuya sect, he could only bow to such an expert. Li Ro is my mother. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Feng Ji and smiled faintly. Now do you know who we are? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Feng Ji, Feng Chen, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This expert, who made them feel suffocated, was at least a first-class celestial emperor. How could he be Li Ro's son? How could it be? How old was Li Ro now? How could her son be so powerful? Moreover, wasn't Li Ro an ascender? While Feng Ji and the others' expressions changed drastically, Duan Lingtian did not make any move. 5 willow branches whizzed out of the void and pierced through the bodies of Feng Ji and the others before tying them up. Ah, no, Your Excellency, please spare our lives. By the time Feng Ji and the other 4 regained their senses and screamed in shock, 5 willow branches had already pierced through their abdomens and tied them up. The 5 of them were trapped in the void by the 5 willow branches, unable to move at all. At the same time, the 5 of them felt as though they were in a completely enclosed space. The feeling of suffocation spread throughout their bodies in just a blink of an eye. The law of space. Their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, they could feel that the law of space had merged with Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, making it difficult for them to even move a finger. He's not an ordinary celestial lord. Feng Ji did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with a celestial emperor. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerful celestial lord who was even stronger than the celestial lord in the Tuya sect. For a time, he dismissed the idea of sending a message back to the Tuya sect. After all, it would only anger Duan Lingtian. My lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Feng Ji looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, It's the Tuya sect. It's the Tuya sect who wants to capture your mother. I, Feng Ji, have left the Tuya sect. My lord, please investigate this matter. Feng Ji said, Moreover, I've decided to return your mother's freedom. Return my mother's freedom? Duan Lingtian smiled. I think you're planning to go to the ruins of the realms of gods, right? Feng Ji's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know about this. His heart sank and he felt disheartened. My lord, are the ruins of the realms of gods real? Upon seeing the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Feng Ji knew he was going to die. However, he still asked reluctantly before he died. I'll tell all of you about this later. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent spatial blades at Feng Ji and the others, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. However, he did not take their lives. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had heard from his mother about the people from the Tuya sect. For this reason, he had no intention of letting them off lightly. If he let them off lightly, how could the souls of the elegant sect who had taken care of his mother for so long rest in peace? Ah, my lord, please give me a quick death. My lord, please give me a quick death. Feng Ji and the others could no longer endure the torture and begged for death. Currently, their bodies were bound by the spatial energy, so they could not even use their celestial origin energy to commit suicide. There's no hurry. I'll tell all of you about the ruins of the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian grinned. Although his smile was bright, in the eyes of Feng Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different from the smile of a devil. The ruins of the realms of gods are real. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Ji and the others who were screaming in agony and said unhurriedly, However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there can only help mortals who haven't become celestials to be reborn. Celestials won't be reborn even if they enter the ruins of the realms of gods. At most, their cultivation speed will increase. Of course. My mother has never been to the ruins of the realms of gods. She has no idea where the ruins of the realms of gods are. Although I've been to the ruins of the realms of gods, I can't go there even if I want to. Moreover, I don't want to go there anymore since there's no more heaven and earth spirit energy in there. Every word Duan Lingtian said caused Fang Ji and the others to be filled with pain and regret. Not only did they betray the Tuya sect for the sake of the realms of gods that were useless to them, but they even ended up in such a miserable state. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Although Fang Ji and the others were screaming in agony, Duan Lingtian had casually set up a soundproof formation to protect his parents. Therefore, his parents were not disturbed by the screams of Fang Ji and the others. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 5 of them were tortured beyond recognition and had said what they wanted to say, he was about to end their lives. However, at this moment, a sudden surge of energy swept down from the sky and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. Young man, the heavens are benevolent. Your actions are inappropriate. When the surge of energy blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, an old monk dressed in a gray kasaya descended from the sky. Every step he took was filled with green energy. It was as though lotuses were blooming under his feet. He emitted a powerful aura of vitality. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old monk raised his hand, and a powerful aura shrouded Fang Ji and the others who were on the verge of dying from the torture. In the next moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the injuries on the 5 of them healed at a terrifying speed. The powerful vitality allowed Duan Lingtian to guess what law the old monk had comprehended. The law of life, one of the 4 supreme laws. Although the old monk was not the first person Duan Lingtian had ever seen who had comprehended the law of life, he was the strongest person Duan Lingtian had ever seen. Chapter 3402. Based on the old monk's celestial origin energy that had been fused with the law of life, it was obvious the old monk was not an ordinary celestial emperor. After all, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the old monk's celestial origin energy was much stronger than his own. Moreover, the old monk's comprehension of the law of life had fused profundities as well. Based on this, he was certain the old monk was a titled celestial emperor. Thank you for saving our lives, my lord. Fang Ji and the others who were saved by the old monk bowed and thanked the old monk. Joy could be seen on their faces. At this moment, Li Ro and Duan Rafeng, who had separated from each other, frowned when they saw the old monk. Monk. Duan Lingtian looked at the old monk and said indifferently, "Don't meddle in other people's business if you don't know what's going on. Young man, it's not good to be so vicious." The old monk shook his head. Hulao. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his breath on the old monk. He called out to Hulao and said, "Don't kill him." Hulao immediately made a move. Flames that had fused the 3 profundities from the law of fire swept toward the old monk. Although the old monk had also comprehended the 2 profundities from the law of life, he was still vulnerable. Bang! With merely a single strike, Elder Hu's power sent the old monk flying. As for the old monk, he was vomiting blood nonstop as he was sent flying. At the same time, the old monk's aura had weakened significantly. Swoosh! Meanwhile, Fang Ji and the others who had just ascended to heaven felt as though they had been thrown back into hell. Their expressions changed drastically when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed his finger at the 5 of them. Spatial energy swept out and killed them in just a blink of an eye. 5 people were killed with just 1 finger. When Fang Ji and the others died, they had a horrified expression on their faces. They wondered why the old monk had given them hope. They had thought they would be able to live. But in just a blink of an eye, the old monk was defeated by the old man standing behind the young man. In the end, they still died in the hands of the young man. Father, mother, let's go. After killing Fang Ji and the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rafeng and Li Ro with a smile. Let's go to the Tuya sect. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro's eyes lit up. Good, good. At the same time, Li Ro left Duan Rafeng and ran to Duan Lingtian's side. Holding his hand, she looked at Duan Lingtian from head to toe and said, Tian, you've changed a lot these years. It has been hard on you. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face, although he didn't know what his son had experienced all these years. Since he was able to break through to become an immortal emperor at such a young age, he must have experienced things that ordinary people didn't. Whoosh! Wen Hua Lao transformed into the 3-legged golden crow and brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Tuya sect. Li Ro did not enter the little world in Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, she sat next to Duan Lingtian and looked at him as she said, Tian, tell me about what you've been through all these years. Okay. After so many years, Duan Lingtian could not help but reveal an excited expression on his face when he saw his mother again. He could not suppress it for a long time. Before he met his mother, Li Ro, he felt like he had a lot to say to her. However, when he finally met her, he was so emotional that he could not speak coherently. On the way to the Tuya sect, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened to him after his mother and the others went to the world of divine offering. Even Duan Rafeng did not have the time to listen to Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to listen to Duan Lingtian, but when Duan Lingtian wanted to talk about it, he said that he wanted to wait until he found his wife, Li Ro, before listening to Duan Lingtian talk about it with Li Ro. Whenever Duan Lingtian talked about the thrilling moments, Li Ro would feel worried for Duan Lingtian. She held Duan Lingtian's hand tighter. When Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow, brought Duan Lingtian and his family to the Smudge Crow sect, the benevolent expression on the old monk's face disappeared as soon as he saw them leaving. It was replaced with a ruthless expression. How dare they hurt me, Shiva Ping? Damn it. They said they're going to the Tuya sect? What kind of sect is the Tuya sect? I don't care. I'll look for my elder brother and ask him to stand up for me. So what if you've comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire? My elder brother is the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. The old monk's voice turned colder as he muttered to himself. Then he made his way to the nearby Hanlin city so he could return to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven through the transporting formation there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He would never have thought that the kind-looking old monk who liked to stand up for injustice would have such a violent side. With Hua Lao leading the way, Duan Lingtian and his family soon arrived at the Tuya sect's estate under Li Ro's guidance. When Li Ro arrived at the Smudge Crow sect's estate, she was filled with confidence. However, her eyes were filled with anger. Huan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled that his mother, Li Ro, had yet to see Huan. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on when he thought about how his mother might blame him for marrying another woman while Kerr was trapped in the divine offering land. Now, it seemed like a very good opportunity. He wanted Huan to follow his mother, Li Ro, to resolve the conflict between the Tuya sect and the Elegant sect. Brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Huan who was in closed-door cultivation, immediately woke up from her cultivation. What's wrong? Huan. I've gone to look for my parents. Come out and meet them. After that, you and my mother will go and do something together. Consider this a way to cultivate your relationship. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he said this. Brother Lingtian's parents? Huan could tell from her voice that she was nervous. Nevertheless, she quickly left Duan Lingtian's little world. Swoosh! The sudden appearance of a living person naturally shocked Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. After all, the 2 of them didn't receive any warning beforehand. However, when they saw Huan's peerlessly beautiful face, their eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! This was the first thought that appeared in their minds. You're Huan, right? Li Ro's reaction was better than Duan Lingtian had expected. I've heard about you from Tian's father. You're indeed a good girl. Good, very good. The more Li Ro looked at Huan, the the more she nodded her head. Juan, Er's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Li Ro. Uncle, Auntie. With Duan Lingtian's guidance through voice transmission, Juan Er finally mustered up the courage to greet Duan Rafeng and Li Ro. Initially, Juan Er felt slightly awkward. However, Li Ro's enthusiasm made her feel less awkward. In the end, she even began to chat and laugh with Li Ro. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw his father, Duan Rafeng, giving him a thumbs up. He did not know if Duan Rafeng was praising him for finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law or for his adaptability. Mother, although Juan Er is younger than Xiling, she's already a celestial emperor. Her cultivation base is higher than mine. Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Ro and Juan Er's conversation. Then he said to Li Ro, "You and Juan Er can chat whenever you want. I'll follow you to deal with the Smudge Crow sex matter. We'll wait for you outside. If anyone from the Tuya sect tries to escape from the Tuya sex estate, we'll make a move." Duan Lingtian said. Li Ro glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Juan, I hasn't married into the family yet, and you're already ordering her around. Once she marries into the family, aren't you going to do whatever you want?" At this moment, Li Ro did not seem to be on Duan Lingtian's side. Instead, she seemed to be on Juan Er's side. Naturally, Li Ro was only joking with Juan. Naturally, she understood what her son meant. He wanted her to get closer to Juan Er. "Juan Er, I'll have to trouble you to follow Aunt Ro." Li Ro held Juan Er's hand with a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. "Aunt Ro, you're too kind. This is what I should do," Juan Er quickly said. At this point, she had already gotten along well with Li Ro. She no longer felt the slightest bit of awkwardness around her. Juan Er. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Juan Er. "Follow Mother. Do whatever she wants you to do. Most of the people in the Tuya sect aren't good people." Duan Lingtian did not think a sect that treated the elegant sect in such a manner was a morally upright sect. In his opinion, a sect like the elegant sect should be annihilated. However, there were many captives from the elegant sect in the Tuya sect. Apart from avenging the elegant sect, his mother was also going to save the captives. After Juan Er left with Li Ro, Duan Lingtian and the other two stood guard outside the Tuya sect. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had used his divine consciousness on such a large scale since he became a celestial emperor. Juan Er's departure with Li Ro caused quite a commotion in the Tuya sect. However, it was clear that Li Ro's method of dealing with matters was rather tactful. Even after 2 days and 2 nights, she still had not finished dealing with the matter. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think it was a big deal. He would just have to wait a little longer. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle as well. Those who tried to escape from the Smudge Crow sect were killed by the spatial energy that appeared out of thin air. On the 3rd day, Hua Lao seemed to have sensed something. He lifted his head and looked at the distant horizon. Duan Lingtian and Duan Rafeng noticed Hua Lao's movement. When they followed Hua Lao's gaze, they saw 2 figures appearing one after another in the distant clouds. Duan Lingtian did not recognize the person in the lead. However, he recognized the person in the lead. It was the person who had interfered in the conflict between him and the Tuya sect and was taught a lesson by Hua Lao. It was the old monk. Chapter 3403. Interesting. You've even found a helper? Elder Hua looked deeply at the 2 people who were stepping out of the clouds in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If I had known that he would be so unwilling, I would not have shown mercy 3 days ago. I didn't expect this as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "This old monk has a benevolent appearance. I spared his life, and that was already a great kindness. But he actually found help." While Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao were talking, the old monk had already arrived at the entrance of the Tuya sect with a fat, middle-aged monk who was 2 meters tall. Both of them seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian and the others as soon as they arrived. "Big brother, it's them." The old monk followed behind the middle-aged monk as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua. His originally benevolent face had completely vanished and was replaced by a ferocious face. It was as though he had become a completely different person. The fat, middle-aged monk had a huge wine gourd hanging from his waist. Based on its size, it was as big as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing the old monk's voice, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian, Hua Lao, and Duan Rafum. Finally, his gaze landed on Hua Lao. He narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "You're the one who injured my 3rd brother?" "That's right." Hua Lao stepped forward and looked at the fat monk fearlessly. "Your 3rd brother interfered in our business and tried to save the person we wanted to kill. Since he didn't have any ill intentions, I didn't kill him. What? Are you going to stand up for him?" Hua Lao asked. "He's my brother, so it's only natural for me to stand up for him." The fat monk said indifferently, "Sir, let's be clear. A titled celestial emperor who has fused 3 profundities from the law of fire is definitely not a nobody in the purple revelation heaven. Although there were some sectless titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, there are not many of them. After all, once a titled celestial emperor's strength reached a certain level, they would have greater ambitions. Most titled celestial emperors wanted to further fuse their profundities and become gods. For this reason, the heavenly emperor palaces in the various Devata realms and heaven-grade forces, with strong foundations, became their targets as well. The fat monk had already learned from his 3rd brother that the red-robed old man in front of him was an existence that had grasped the fusion of 3 laws of fire. Such a person would most likely have some background. "Before you let me assimilate, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Hua Lao squinted his eyes and said to the fat monk. "Humph." Before the fat monk could say anything, the old monk said, "Listen carefully. He's my elder brother, Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven. People call him the wine-gourd celestial emperor." After Shiva Ping said that, he proudly raised his head and stared at Elder Hua. It was as if he wanted to see the shock and fear on Elder Hua's face. "So it's the wine-gourd celestial emperor, Shiva Nu." Upon hearing Shiva Ping's words, realization dawned on Hua Lao. Then he looked at the fat monk and said, "Speaking of which, I've met the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven once. We even chatted for a while." "HM?" Shiva Nu frowned when he heard Hua Lao's words. "You know Lord Heavenly Emperor?" The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation heaven lived in seclusion. Ever since he became the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation heaven, he had not made any friends. It was not that he did not want to make friends, but he could not. When a person reached a certain level, it was impossible for them to become friends with strangers who were at different levels. As the saying went, it's lonely at the top. As such, if Heavenly Emperor Zi Qi Tian had any friends, they would be friends he made before he became a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Zi Qi Tian was a very nostalgic person. As long as his old friends asked him for help, he would not refuse. For this reason, Shiva Nu's expression softened a little when he thought Hua Lao was an old friend of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Swoosh! Shiva Ping's expression changed slightly when he heard Hua Lao's words. How did this old man know the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven? You think you know Lord Heavenly Emperor just because you said so? In my opinion, you're only saying that after learning my elder brother's identity. You're just trying to get away with it. Although Shiva Ping was afraid of Duan Lingtian, he did not show any mercy. "I'm curious. Who are you? How do you know Lord Heavenly Emperor?" "I'm Hua Lao, the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven." Elder Hua glanced at Shiva Ping with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. When he looked at Shiva Nu, the disdain at the corner of his mouth disappeared. Previously, when Lord Heavenly Emperor returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven personally went to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. "We've met before," Hualao said as he looked at Shiva Nu, as the strongest titled celestial emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. "I'm sure you've heard about me from him, right?" When Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, many heavenly emperors had gone to congratulate him. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was only one of them. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was one of the few heavenly emperors who had gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Apart from greeting Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had not spoken to him at all. However, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven had spoken to Hualao before, and had even invited Hualao to visit the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. "You're the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor?" Shiva Nu narrowed his eyes. It was just as Elder Hua had said. When the Heavenly Emperor of the Ziqi Heaven returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he had mentioned Elder Hua to Shiva Nu. For this reason, Shiva Nu knew Hualao, the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor, was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Ah, so you're Hualao. My apologies for my lack of manners." Shiva Nu took a deep breath before he looked at Hualao in a more polite manner. Although both of them were heavenly emperors of Devata realms, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was not as strong as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, to a certain extent, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven had to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "Third brother, you and Elder Hua can be said to be friends after a fight. Apologize." Without waiting for Elder Hua to speak, Shiva Nu glanced at Shiva Ping and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Shiva Ping had already told Shiva Nu about the incident. He knew Shiva Ping did not have any enmity with Hualao, the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor. It was just a small conflict. Upon seeing Shiva Ping's reluctance, Shiva Nu said through voice transmission, "I'm not confident I can defeat the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor." Lord Heavenly Emperor said that Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, is the strongest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. "Third brother, don't blame me for not warning you. You shouldn't offend the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor." A hint of warning could be heard in Shiva Nu's voice as he spoke. Hearing Shiva Nu's words, Shiva Ping was unwilling, but he still took the initiative to apologize to Elder Hua. "Elder Hua, I'm sorry. I was wrong in this matter. I hope that you can forgive me. It's useless to apologize to me." Hualao glanced at Shiva Ping indifferently before he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to him. "This is the young master of the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to him." Upon hearing Hualao's words, Shiva Nu's expression changed drastically. He had thought his third brother only had a conflict with the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor. He did not expect his third brother would have a conflict with the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. "Third brother." Shiva Nu took a deep breath and glared at Shiva Ping. This time, there was no need for Shiva Nu to remind him. Shiva Ping's eyes flashed with fear as he bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "Young master, I shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Please forgive me." Since Shiva Ping was so sincere, Duan Lingtian did not make things difficult for them. He nodded and said, "Let's leave it at that." "Thank you, young master," Shiva Ping said apologetically. "Young master, it's rare for you to come to the Purple Revelation Heaven. Why don't you make a trip to the heavenly palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven? I'm sure Lord Heavenly Emperor would welcome you with open arms. At this moment, even Hua Lao thought Duan Lingtian would decline. However, to Hua Lao's surprise, Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. That's fine. However, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for my mother to deal with the Tuya sect before we can follow you to the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. It's fine. We can wait. Shiva Nu smiled warmly. At the same time, he asked curiously, Young master, the Tuya sect is only a 6th grade sect. How is it related to your mother? At the same time, Shiva Ping, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang only has a few in-name disciples, right? His true disciples must be the ones he values the most. They're not inferior to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's solitary, destructive, flaming, heavenly sword was destroyed. After that, he was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places. It's said that he gave a divine weapon to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage, celestial emperor. If he can give a divine weapon to someone else, he must have obtained other divine weapons in the Azura Hell as well. When Shiva Ping thought about this, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes when he lowered his head. As the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, this brat must have obtained a divine weapon from Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. A divine weapon. Even our Lord Heavenly Emperor doesn't have a divine weapon. Chapter 3404. In response to Shiva's question, Duan Lingtian briefly explained what had happened to his mother. When Shiva Nu heard this, he was furious. This Tuya sect is heartless. If all the sects in the purple revelation heaven are like them, won't the purple revelation heaven fall into chaos? A sect like this shouldn't exist in this world. Young palace master, just say the word, and I'll destroy the Tuya sect. Shiva Nu said righteously, There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. My mother and the others can deal with it. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. After waiting for another day and night, Duan Lingtian finally saw his mother, Li Ro, and Huan was supporting Li Ro. Li Ro's expression was dark. It was obvious that she was not happy about destroying the Tuya sect. Behind the two of them was a group of women. There were young women and women. Most of them had red eyes, as if they had just been bullied and were extremely wronged. Tianer, Li Ro, and Huan walked up to Duan Lingtian. I'd like to send them back to the elegant sect before leaving with you. Also, can you think of a way to protect them? Most of the elegant sect's powerhouses are gone. It's difficult for them to support the elegant sect. Even if I join them, it won't do. Li Ro said, Elder Li Ro. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, the elegant sect's disciples kneeled in the air and said, Please return to the elegant sect with us, Miss Huan, to preside over the situation. Li Ro might not be strong enough to protect the elegant sect, but Huan was strong enough. However, her strength was obvious to all. With such a female expert leading them, the elegant sect was destined to reach a higher level in the future. I've said this before. There's no room for discussion. It's impossible for me to stay in the elegant sect. As for Huan, it's even more impossible for me to let her stay in the elegant sect. Li Ro frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll take care of all of you so that you won't be bullied again. In the face of Li Ro's unfriendly tone, the group of female disciples from the elegant sect immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not weak. They could not disobey Li Ro's decision. Although there were a few elders among them who were stronger than Li Ro, Huaner. The celestial lord from the Smudge Crow sect did not even last a second before he was killed by her. Lingtian, I know what I'm doing, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro with a smile. Following that, he and Li Ro sent the elegant sect's disciples back to the sect. Then, under the reluctant gazes of the elegant sect's disciples, they left with Li Ro. Tian, are they? Li Ro was slightly hesitant to speak, because Duan Lingtian did not tell her what he knew in his heart. Now that he had sent the group of elegant sect's female disciples back, he directly left as if he did not care about them. Mother, let's follow Senior Shiva Nu to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Purple Revelation Heaven. After that, I'll deal with the elegant sect, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro with a smile. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to her. Mother, I plan to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven for a favor so that he can take care of the elegant sect. I know you care about the elegant sect. Don't worry, I won't put them in danger again, Duan Lingtian said. Apart from his mother, he would not allow his mother and daughter to stay in the elegant sect. After all, there was no benefit to staying in the elegant sect. Naturally, he was grateful that his mother had stayed in the elegant sect for a long time. Therefore, before he left the Purple Revelation Heaven, he would arrange a way out for his mother. This was the reason he wanted to visit the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation so readily. Even Hua Lao was baffled when he agreed to Shiva Nu's invitation. The Purple Revelation Heaven isn't the solitary destructive heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's words are more important than anyone else's. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. That was why he had made such a decision. Big brother, I'll take my leave first. After arriving at the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly palace through the transportation formation, Shiva Ping bade farewell to Shiva Nu before he left. He did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others before he left. However, when he left, his eyes were filled with greed. Alas, no one saw it. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven was located in a desolate wasteland. It was a huge floating island that towered above the clouds. From afar, it looked like a giant beast was crouching there. Lord Nu. From the moment Shiva Nu appeared at the entrance of the Purple Revelation Heaven's heavenly palace, the members of the heavenly palace addressed him respectfully as Lord Nu. As the strongest titled celestial emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, Shiva Nu's status in the Heavenly Palace was second only to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Whenever the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven was absent, Shiva Nu would make important decisions on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor lives in the valley ahead, Shiva Nu said. The huge floating island was like a paradise. At this moment, Shiva Nu led Duan Lingtian to a secluded valley on the eastern side of the floating island. At this moment, Duan Rafeng and Li Ro had entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Only Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao followed Shiva Nu to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's little world. Hua Lao, long time no see. As soon as they entered the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a tall and burly figure standing in the only courtyard in the valley. The figure was smiling as he greeted Hua Lao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. The figure was an old man who was 9 meters tall. He had a buzz cut and was dressed in a golden robe. Based on his appearance, he looked like a nouveau riche on earth. So this is the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, the Tai Yuan Celestial Emperor, Tattoo? During their journey to the Purple Revelation Heaven, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven from Hua Lao. Lord Tattoo. Elder Hua was very polite in front of a Heavenly Emperor from a Devata realm like Tattoo. He smiled and bowed before he introduced Elder Hua to Duan Lingtian and Tattoo. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. Duan Lingtian bowed at Tattoo. There's no need to be so courteous, my nephew. You're Feng Qingyang's true disciple. In terms of seniority, you're my junior nephew. If you're willing, you can call me junior uncle. Tattoo laughed heartily. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Tattoo was flattering himself, he still had a favor to ask of Tattoo, so he smiled and addressed Tattoo as junior uncle. Junior nephew Duan, it's our first meeting, so I should give you a greeting gift. However, since you're Feng Qingyang's disciple, you should have everything you want. I'm sure you won't lack anything, so I won't embarrass myself. Tattoo smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, how about this? I'll make you a promise. In the future, if you need my help, I'll do my best to help you. Tattoo made such a promise as soon as he opened his mouth. Shiva Nu was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly emperor would be so generous to make such a promise. It was useless for an ordinary person to make such a promise. However, the person who made such a promise was Tattoo, the heavenly emperor who controlled the entire purple revelation heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Tattoo's words. Since Tattoo had said so, he did not have to take the initiative to ask for a favor. Junior Uncle Tattoo, I have something I need your help with. Tattoo was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask for his help as soon as he made a promise. He smiled wryly and said, Junior nephew Duan, although I'm not as strong as your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, my promise is still valuable. Are you going to use it like this? Junior Uncle Tattoo, please don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I don't think your promise is worthless. Your promise is very important to me. However, there are some things I have to ask for your help with. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. Oh, Tattoo looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Junior nephew Duan, it seems like I've misunderstood you. What do you need my help with? Please tell me. Junior Uncle Tattoo, my mother! Under Tattoo's gaze, Duan Lingtian briefly described his mother, Li Ro's situation. Finally, he talked about the Elegant Sect. Although the Elegant Sect is only a grade 7 sect, it's where my mother has lived for a long time. Moreover, my mother has some feelings for the Elegant Sect. Even if the elders and disciples of the Elegant Sect are still around, it's not enough to support a grade 7 sect. Therefore, I'd like to ask Junior Uncle Tattoo to give an order to the sects and clans around the Elegant Sect to take care of the Elegant Sect. There's no need for the Elegant Sect to be promoted to a grade 6 sect. It's fine as long as the Elegant Sect's foundation is preserved. Duan Lingtian said. Although he could make a trip to the major forces around the Elegant Sect and use his powerful martial strength to force them to obey his words and help the Elegant Sect, he could not do anything about it. However, he would not be able to solve the problem once and for all. After all, he was just an outsider to Zi Qitian. If Tattoo gave the order, things would be different. As long as Tattoo was the heavenly emperor of the purple revelation heaven, the Elegant Sect would be safe and sound. That's it. Initially, Tattoo thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him for help. However, he was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Junior nephew Duan, you're taking this too lightly. Do you really want to use my promise to you for such a small matter? Chapter 3405. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Tattoo's words. Junior Uncle Tattoo, you might think this is a small matter, but it's not a small matter to me. Whatever my mother cares about is of great importance to me. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. All right, Tattoo sighed. Your mother really has a good son. However, Junior nephew Duan, it's just a matter of saying a few words to me. I'll help you, but I won't use up the promise I made to you. Tattoo shook his head. Clearly, he did not intend to let Duan Lingtian use up the opportunity he had given him. In his opinion, there were only benefits to befriending the purple-clad young man. Most importantly, the purple-clad young man was the purple-clad young man. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. Thank you, Junior Uncle Tattoo. Duan Lingtian thanked Tatu repeatedly. Tatu turned to Shiva Nu, who was standing at the side, and said, Anu, make a trip to the sects around the elegant sect and pass on my orders. From now on, the elegant sect will be under the protection of the heavenly palace. No one is allowed to interfere with its growth or loot a burning house. Otherwise, the heavenly palace will kill them. Tatu's eyes flashed coldly as soon as he finished speaking. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Shiva Nu nodded and left. After Shiva Nu left, Tatu asked Duan Lingtian to stay in the heavenly palace for a few days so he could bond with Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian rejected his offer. He had other things to attend to. Now that he had found his father, Feng Wu Dao, and his mother, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. This meant the people he was looking for must be in one of the Devata realms. Little Fei, Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mu Yi's soul pearls are still intact. I must contact them as soon as possible. Because of Li Ro, Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of crisis. This time, if he and his father had not come to the purple revelation heaven in time, his mother would have met with misfortune. With his mother's temperament, she would never have allowed the Tuya sect leader's scheme to succeed. In that case, I'll order someone to send you to the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heaven. Tatu smiled. Then he looked at Hualao and said, Hualao, if you're free in the future, you're welcome to visit the heavenly palace of the violet revelation heaven. Thank you, Lord Tatu. Hualao thanked him profusely. A moment later, the person that Tatu found arrived. It was an old man in a gray robe. His every movement had an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Young palace master, Hualao, please. The gray-clad old man looked at Duan Lingtian and Hualao with a wry smile on his face. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Tatu, Duan Lingtian and Hualao followed the gray-clad old man to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the violet revelation heaven. However, before they could reach the transporting formation, a huge figure appeared in the distance. Young palace master, Hualao, are you leaving? The figure was none other than Shiva Nu. Senior Shiva Nu, you haven't gone to the elegant sect yet. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Shiva Nu was still in the heavenly palace. After all, Shiva Nu had left under Tatu's orders. He did not expect Shiva Nu was still in the heavenly palace. When I was about to leave, I wondered if the young palace master and elder Hu would leave the heavenly emperor palace after I left. It seems like my guess is right. Both of you are really leaving. I'm waiting here to send you off, Shiva Nu said with a grin. Shiva Nu grinned. His chubby face twitched, and his small eyes squinted at the right time. Thank you, Senior Shiva Nu, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. You don't have to go through so much trouble. It's no trouble at all. The transporting formation in the heavenly palace is just ahead. Shiva Nu shook his head. Then he looked at the gray-clad old man who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian and Hualao. Liu, I'll personally send young palace master and Hualao to them. You can go about your business. Yes, Lord Nu. Although the gray-clad old man, Liu, was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the violet revelation heaven, his strength was only above average in the heavenly palace of the violet revelation heaven. Naturally, he did not dare to show any disrespect to Shiva Nu, the strongest titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the violet revelation heaven. In the heavenly palace of the violet revelation heaven, apart from the heavenly emperor, Shiva Nu was everyone's superior. After Liu left, Shiva Nu personally brought Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua to the transportation formation in the Devata realms. He was even more enthusiastic than before. Soon after, Shiva Nu brought Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao to the transporting formation in the violet revelation heaven. Two old men were standing guard on the stone platform. They were the guardians of the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven. They were ordinary celestial emperors. After all, it was impossible for titled celestial emperors to be on duty in the transporting formations in the Devata realms. Lord knew. When the two old men saw Shiva Nu, they bowed to him. Yes, Shiva Nu nodded slightly at the two old men before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Hualao and said with a sigh, "Young master, Hualao, I don't know when we'll meet again. Senior Shiva Nu, you can come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for us when you're free." Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "However, I won't be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for the time being, since I have many matters to attend to. However, I'll return once I'm done. We'll be waiting for you at any time." Hualao nodded at Shiva Nu, all right. Shiva Nu nodded. Then he watched as Duan Lingtian and Hualao landed on the transporting formation in the violet revelation heaven. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua landed on the stone platform, Shiva Nu seemed to have sensed something and said, "Both of you, please wait." Shiva Nu interrupted Duan Lingtian and Hualao, who were about to leave the transporting formation in the violet revelation heaven. "Gentlemen, I just received a message from the Lord Heavenly Emperor." Shiva Nu frowned slightly as he looked at the two old men. Duan Lingtian and Hualao looked at Shiva Nu curiously. Hualao. After a moment, Shiva Nu landed on the transporting formation in the violet revelation heaven. He looked at Hualao and said, "Hualao, the Lord Heavenly Emperor has sent me a message saying that he forgot to give you something. He wants you to pass it to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. I told the Lord Heavenly Emperor that I'll pass it to you, but he said it's inconvenient for me to pass it to you. Hualao, are you going to personally pass it to him?" Shiva Nu asked. Hualao frowned slightly when he heard Shiva Nu's words. This was too sudden. Moreover, what could the Heavenly Emperor of the Violet Revelation Heaven give to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? "Hualao, you should go," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "It's not too far away. It'll only take you a dozen breaths. Junior Uncle Tattoo is a good person. Don't keep him waiting." "All right." Elder Hu glanced at Duan Lingtian before nodding. Then he turned into a ball of fire and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Just as Elder Hu's figure disappeared into the distance, Shiva's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next moment, bang, bang, two loud explosions rang in the air as the two celestial emperors guarding the transporting formation in the violet revelation heaven near Duan Lingtian exploded. Strangely enough, vitality could be felt from their bodies. The vitality did not come from the two celestial emperors, but from the power that killed them, the law of life. Meanwhile, boom, rumble. A series of explosions rang in the air as a towering tree appeared around Duan Lingtian and enveloped Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the towering tree seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Barf! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood before he asked in a deep voice, "Senior Shiva Nu, what are you doing? You won't be able to escape even if you kill me. At that time, not only will my master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but even Heavenly Emperor Tattoo from the Purple Revelation, Heaven won't let you go." Duan Lingtian's voice grew weaker as he said, "I'm curious. Why did you send Hualao away to kill me? Why do you hate me?" "Ha ha ha." Shiva Nu laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's weak voice. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so quick to dodge my attack." Shiva Nu, open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. As soon as Shiva Nu finished speaking, his fat body began to contort and shrink. In just a few moments, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, whether it was his body or his appearance. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. It was Shiva Ping. He should not have appeared in the Purple Revelation Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Shiva Ping had left the purple revelation heavens, heavenly emperor palace before Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao and Shiva Nu entered the purple revelation heavens, heavenly emperor palace. Now he was here. I didn't expect it to be you. When Shiva Ping's true appearance appeared, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Shiva Ping to have such a method to transform into Shiva Nu. He could not see any flaws in Shiva's Nu from the inside out. Otherwise, do you think my big brother would kill you? He has no enmity with you. Shiva Ping chuckled. Why do you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Of course, it's for the divine artifact on you. Shiva Ping smiled coldly. Immediately, his celestial origin energy roared out, fused with the law of life, and rushed toward Duan Lingtian. The violent aura of life wreaked havoc in the void. Brat, if it wasn't for time, I would have tortured you slowly. Now go to hell. Chapter 3406. Whoosh! Whoosh! The law of life was similar to the law of wood in that it could heal injuries. However, it could also be used to harm or kill people. Now that Shiva Ping had made his move, the silhouette of a strange, snake-like plant appeared around him. It was green in color and had long thorns all over its body. His law of life was infused with his celestial origin energy, and it emitted a sharp aura. When it shot toward Duan Lingtian, it turned into tens of thousands of saber rays that were about to engulf Duan Lingtian's godly idol Dharma body and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, all of a sudden, boom! Rumble! Just as Shiva Ping's attack was about to touch the pine willow divine tree, bursts of burning flames appeared in front of the pine willow divine tree's godly image, blocking Shiva Ping's ferocious attack. The flame was monstrous, and the momentum was terrifying. Shiva Ping's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure in the flame. It was an old man in a fiery red robe who seemed to have become one with the flame. Why is he here? Didn't he leave? The person who had appeared in front of the pine willow divine tree and blocked Shiva Ping's attack was none other than the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, Hua Lao. In Shiva Ping's opinion, this person was not supposed to be here. This person should have been sent away by him. Hua Lao! I thought it was Shiva Nu who was trying to do something. I didn't expect it to be Shiva Ping instead. When Hua Lao blocked Shiva Ping's attack, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded again. He was full of energy and did not look injured at all. The next moment, Shiva Ping saw the towering tree disappear, and a young man in purple stood there unharmed. He was looking at Shiva Ping with a mocking expression. Are you curious why Hua Lao didn't leave? Duan Lingtian looked at Shiva Ping and asked. As Shiva Ping's expression darkened, Duan Lingtian continued. Earlier, when you said that Celestial Emperor Tetu had sent you a message and asked you to bring Hua Lao over, I was thinking, even if Celestial Emperor Tetu wanted to send a message, he would have sent it to the person who brought us here. There's no way he would have sent it to you. In the eyes of Celestial Emperor Tetu, you've already left the purple revelation heaven's heavenly emperor palace on his orders. At that time, I felt that something was wrong, so I asked Hua Lao to pretend to leave and hide nearby. I wanted to see what you wanted to do by sending him away. Never would I have thought that you would actually want to kill me. Of course, I originally thought that it was Shiva Nu who sent Hua Lao away, but I didn't expect that Shiva Nu was just an illusion created by you. A flawless illusion, really impressive. That must be your innate ability, right? Duan Lingtian could tell that Shiva Ping wasn't human but a plant life form. He was most likely one of those plants that specialized in illusions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to impersonate Shiva Nu so well. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Shiva Ping. Shiva Ping's expression darkened. He finally realized that there was a flaw in his performance earlier. Without any hesitation, Shiva Ping's eyes flashed. Then he turned into a plant that looked like the shadow he had just shown and fled into the distance. He was like a long, emerald green dragon that left a green light in its wake. Trying to escape? Hualao sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 7 treasures jewel pagoda flew out and caught up to Shiva Ping at an even faster speed. Then, it grabbed him by the waist and suppressed him. Bang! Shiva Ping crashed to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the 7 treasures jewel pagoda. Young Palace Master, I was just joking with you. Spare me, please. Shiva Ping begged Duan Lingtian for mercy when he saw he couldn't break free from the 7 treasures jewel pagoda. Now he obviously knew that if he didn't admit defeat and beg for mercy, then he would die for sure. Didn't you want the Devata artifact in my possession? Duan Lingtian said mockingly. What? You don't want it anymore? Young Palace Master, I was just joking. Shiva Ping said. Why do you think I have a Devata artifact in my possession? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. After Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, it's obvious he obtained more than one Devata artifact. He even gave one to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage, Celestial Emperor. This isn't a secret in the Devata realms. Even my elder brother, said the Lord Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation, Heaven, thinks Feng Qingyang must have obtained more than 2 Devata artifacts in the Azura Hell. Of course, I'm not sure. However, I think if Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang obtained the 3rd Devata artifact, he would definitely give it to you, his only true disciple. Shiva Ping said cooperatively. I see. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he said, So, you're tempted by the 7 treasures jewel pagoda? Young Palace Master, please spare me. Please spare me, young Palace Master. Shiva Ping begged. He could sense the killing intent in Hua Lao's eyes when he controlled the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Shiva Ping, I'm afraid you don't know. Although I'm the true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, I haven't seen him in person, right? Without seeing him in person, he can't give me the Devata artifact, even if he wants to. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Shiva Ping's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, and it made him feel that his risk was so laughable. He thought he had a chance to obtain the Devata artifact, but not only had his plan failed, but Shiva Ping also told him that he hadn't seen Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in person. Young Palace Master, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my big brother won't let you off. Shiva Ping cried out. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Shiva Ping's words. Is that so? Hualao, since he wants to see his big brother's attitude, let's take him to Heavenly Emperor Tattoo. I'd like to see how Heavenly Emperor Tattoo plans to deal with him. Duan Lingtian said to Hualao. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hua went to see Tattoo, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Tattoo was slightly taken aback by their sudden return. Martial Uncle Tattoo. In just a few words, Duan Lingtian explained the entire sequence of events. Instantly, Tattoo's face darkened. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I was blinded by greed. Lord Heavenly Emperor, please spare my life on account of my elder brother's many years of loyalty to you. Shiva Ping repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy in front of the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Tattoo ignored Shiva Ping's pleas. After a while, he said indifferently, I've sent a message to your big brother, Shiva Nu. He said you'll have to take responsibility for the trouble you've caused. He said he's done enough cleaning up your mess over the years. Now that you've offended the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he won't be able to protect you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiva Ping's eyes were filled with despair. Celestial Emperor Tattoo didn't make a move, but Shiva Ping's body was surrounded by a strange black mist. Then, as the black mist fell, Shiva Ping turned into a pool of blood, leaving only a storage ring lying there quietly. Junior Nephew Duan, are you satisfied with what I've done? Tatu asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Martial Uncle Tatu. Duan Lingtian thanked Tatu. Just as Duan Lingtian and Hualao were about to leave, Tatu said, Junior nephew Duan, Shiva Nu won't take Shiva Ping's death to heart. In fact, they're not blood-related brothers. Shiva Nu merely treated Shiva Ping as his brother after spending so much time together. All these years, Shiva Ping had offended many people because Shiva Nu was the strongest titled celestial emperor under my command. In the end, Shiva Nu had to clean up after him. This time, the execution of Shiva Ping was Shiva Nu's idea. Therefore, please don't vent your anger on Shiva Nu because of Shiva Ping. Tatu defended Shiva's Nu. Don't worry, Martial Uncle Tatu. I'm not the type to vent my anger on others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Heavenly Emperor Tatu, Duan Lingtian and Hualao left the Purple Revelation Heaven through the transporting formation in the Heavenly Palace of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time in the Purple Revelation Heaven. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, cared too much about the elegant sect. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of his mother, he was certain Li Ro would not let go of the elegant sect so easily. Although Li Ro did not say anything about it, Duan Lingtian could feel the weight on her shoulders had been lifted off her shoulders. She had asked Tatu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven, to help with the matters of the elegant sect. It was obvious Li Ro was much more relaxed than before. Let's continue looking for them. After leaving the Purple Revelation Heaven, Duan Lingtian and Elder Huo continued to travel to the Devata realms to search for the person he was looking for. Little Fei, Nian Tian, Xuanai, and junior sister Mu Yi. Which Devata realms are you in? Currently, as Duan Lingtian found more and more people, he had a better understanding of the situation of his friends and family. Apart from the few people he had found in Kerr who was still in the divine offering land, Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Han Xuanai, and Mui were the only ones who were still alive. The others were dead. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to find the few of them who were still alive as soon as possible, lest something happen to them again. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard about Li Ro. Elder brother Duan, I have a response from senior sister Mu Yi. After visiting another 10 Devata realms, Feng Tianwu's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His eyes lit up immediately. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in a Devata realm called the Luo River Heaven. Where's junior sister Mu Yi? Although Mu Yi was not younger than him, she was the junior sister of Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. As for Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, she had to address Mu Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, as senior sister. End of chapter. Chapter 3407. Mu Yi, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect in the Saint Province realm, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. In the past, she was brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qinyan from the Yun clan along with Duan Lingtian's family and friends. After that, she was sent back to the mundane realm by Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia clan. However, Mu Yi did not return to the Saint Province realm. Instead, she was sent to another mundane realm. With her strength and her innate talent after being baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, she was able to ascend to the Luo River Heaven in the Devata realm without a hitch. Mu Yi rose to prominence in the Luo River Heaven. No matter where she went, she was regarded as a prodigy. Currently, she was the prodigy of the Luo River sect, a heaven-grade force in the Luo River Heaven. The Luo River sect was a heaven-grade force and the strongest force in the Luo River Heaven. Even the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven was located in the Luo River sect. The Luo River sect had always been affiliated with the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the master of the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven, would be the sect leader of the Luo River sect. For this reason, the Luo River sect had a transcendent status in the Luo River Heaven. The Luo River sect status in the Luo River Heaven was similar to the Qilin clan status in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The only difference was that the Qilin clan and the heavenly palace of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven were separate. On the other hand, the Luo River sect and the heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven were one entity. Junior sister Yi. Mu Yi was a four-phenomenon celestial lord and a disciple of the saint girl of the Luo River sect. The saint girl of the Luo River sect was the daughter of the current clan leader of the Luo River Heaven, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. When Duan Lingtian saw Mu Yi again, he almost could not recognize her. Senior Duan. At this moment, Mu Yi was dressed in a white robe that was whiter than snow. Her aura was cold and unapproachable. She gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though she was not Mu Yi, but someone else. Moreover, when Mu Yi greeted Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi, her voice was cold and distant. She was unlike the Mu Yi in the past. In the past, although Mu Yi was not very passionate, she was still very friendly to Duan Lingtian. Looks like she has changed a lot in the past 300 years. Duan Lingtian secretly thought. Heaven sect. Duan Lingtian was just about to tell Mu Yi that he planned to bring her away with him and give her a better cultivation environment. Although Mu Yi had changed a little, he believed her nature was still the same. Heaven's God of heaven's heaven, heaven God, heaven heaven divine, divine divine, heaven divine, heaven divine, heaven divine, heaven divine, heaven, and apart from the divine tree of life, there were also the 5 divine elements and the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. It would be disastrous for him if he was exposed. If Mu Yi was the same as before, he wouldn't be so wary of her. But now he couldn't help but be wary of her. Senior brother Duan, who's this? Mu Yi interrupted Duan Lingtian before he could finish speaking. Her gaze fell on Hua Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian. This is Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian introduced Mu Yi to Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw Mu Yi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Young master, I can sense 2 soul auras on your junior sister. 2 soul auras? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. What do you mean? It seems like the possession isn't complete. Hua Lao replied. Possession? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. He had heard about possession when he was in the mundane realm. In fact, he had almost been possessed by the reincarnation Emperor Wu when his soul had first transmigrated to the Saint Province realm from the Yanhuang realm. At that time, the rebirth martial emperor had gone for Wu and come home shorn because his soul did not belong to the Saint Province realm. Due to this reason, the rebirth martial emperor had gone for Wu and come home shorn. Duan Lingtian had accepted all of Duan Lingtian's memories, allowing him to progress smoothly. Although the reincarnation emperor Wu's memories had gradually lost their effect, the reincarnation emperor Wu's memories had helped Duan Lingtian a lot. It was the reincarnation emperor Wu's memories that had helped Duan Lingtian build a strong foundation. In the Devata realms, it's not that easy to possess a celestial soul, right? Even if a celestial emperor wants to possess a heavenly celestial, the heavenly celestial would have to destroy his own body to prevent the celestial emperor from possessing him, right? Moreover, in the Devata realms, it's said that even if one succeeds, one's cultivation base will remain stagnant. For this reason, unless it's a last resort, very few people would attempt possession. Duan Lingtian expressed his doubts through voice transmission. Indeed, Hua Lao replied through voice transmission, however, I feel that way. Tian Wu, why haven't you come out yet? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled that Feng Tianwu had contacted Mu Yi and arranged for her to meet them outside the Luo River sect. However, Feng Tianwu did not seem to have any intention of coming out. Elder brother Duan, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I have a feeling that senior sister Mu Yi is a little strange. Not just now, even when we were talking. She gave me the feeling that she was a completely different person. Feng Tianwu said. This was why Feng Tianwu did not come out to meet Mu Yi. She felt that Mu Yi was not the same Mu Yi as before. The current Mu Yi gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. For this reason, Feng Tianwu hesitated to leave Duan Lingtian's little world and reunite with Mu Yi. Duan Lingtian glanced at Mu Yi. It was not difficult to see the joy in her eyes when she saw him and Tianwu again. Duan Lingtian's heart sank immediately. Could it be that junior sister Mu Yi's body had been possessed? Young master, I suggest we bring her away. I can feel the faint soul aura in her body. It should belong to her. Moreover, the other soul didn't destroy her soul. It's more like it's assimilating her soul. Hualao said. Assimilating her soul? Duan Lingtian frowned. That's right. Assimilating her soul. Elder Hu nodded. By assimilating her soul, you'll be able to inherit all of her memories. Moreover, this way, you'll be able to perfectly take over her body without any side effects. However, I'm afraid not everyone is capable of such a feat, even among titled celestial emperors. It's rare to find someone capable of such a feat. A hint of dread could be heard in Hua Lao's voice when he finished speaking. Then let's bring her away. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Based on the current situation, Mu Yi did not seem to be in any danger. However, it would not be a small matter if her soul was possessed. All right. Hualao replied as he restrained Mu Yi. Then he brought her and Duan Lingtian away from the Luo River sect's monastery. The disciples guarding the entrance of the Luo River sect were stunned when they saw this. When they regained their senses, their expressions changed drastically. Junior sister Mu Yi has been taken away. Quick, inform the elders. Quick, tell the elders to inform the saint girl. If anything happens to junior sister Mu Yi, the saint girl will kill us all. While the Luo River sect's monastery was in chaos, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao had already teleported to another Devata realm through the transportation formation. For safety reasons, they returned to the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Duan, what are you doing? After returning to the heavenly palace, Hua Lao finally released Mu Yi from his restraints. Since Mu Yi was unconscious, she did not know where she was. However, when she saw the unfamiliar surroundings, she knew Duan Lingtian had taken her away from the Luo River sect. Who are you? Why did you possess junior sister Mu Yi? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Mu Yi coldly. Senior Duan, what are you talking about? What do you mean by possessed? Mu Yi was stunned for a moment. She frowned and asked, but in the depths of her eyes there was an imperceptible trace of panic that flashed past. Although it was only for a moment, it was still discovered by Duan Lingtian, who was extremely observant. Hualao, how do we deal with this situation? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. In his opinion, since Hualao had asked Mu Yi to take Mu Yi away, he must know what to do next. I've already sent a message to Heavenly Emperor Hanyin. He's skilled in soul attacks. He should be able to deal with this, Hualao said. Not long after Elder Hu's words left his mouth, a middle-aged man with a medium build and a head of messy, dark green hair flew over from afar. Heavenly Emperor Hanyin, Mo-he, greets the young master. The middle-aged man bowed to Duan Lingtian. His disheveled, dark green hair fluttered in the absence of wind, like numerous dark green pythons dancing in the wind. Duan Lingtian only glanced at his hair, and he could not help but lose his mind. Senior Mo-he, Duan Lingtian quickly returned the greeting. At the same time, he said, "Well, Lao must have told you about this, right?" "Yes." He nodded as he looked at Mu Yi. His eyes shone with a green light as a powerful soul energy shot toward Mu Yi along with his divine consciousness. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to mess around, my mother won't let you off." Mu Yi's expression changed drastically when she saw Emohi's soul energy. She glared at Emohi as she said, "My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven." The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven? Her mother? Emohi was frightened by Mu Yi's words. He had no choice but to stop attacking. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao curiously. "You finally admit it?" Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Mu Yi. To be more precise, he looked at Mu Yi, who was being controlled by another soul. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3408. The sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, gave birth to a pair of twins. One of the twin sisters was the current holy maiden of the Luo River sect, while the other was the owner of Mu Yi's soul that had taken over her body. After the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven gave birth to the twins, the younger sister's body was severely damaged and could not possibly survive. However, she still forcibly extracted her younger daughter's soul and placed it in her eldest daughter's body. Although she claimed to have only one daughter, the truth was that her eldest daughter had two daughter souls in her eldest daughter's body. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven would not allow her eldest daughter to possess her youngest daughter's body. However, before she could find a suitable body for her youngest daughter's soul could only remain in her eldest daughter's body. For many years, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven had yet to find a suitable body for her youngest daughter. It was only when Mu Yi entered the Luo River sect that the saint girl of the Luo River sect took a liking to and accepted her as a disciple that many disciples of the Luo River sect envied. After all, the saint girl of the Luo River sect had never accepted a disciple before. Although the Luo River sect had a sect leader, since the sect leader was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the saint girl of the Luo River sect was in charge of all matters in the sect. The saint girl was equivalent to the acting sect leader. Her status in the Luo River sect was second only to the sect leader. All the titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect obeyed the saint girl of the Luo River sect. Mu Yi was unaware that she was targeted by the saint girl of the Luo River sect. The saint girl of the Luo River sect wanted her twin sister to possess Mu Yi's body. Since the saint girl of the Luo River sect wanted to possess Mu Yi's body, the saint girl of the Luo River sect had taken great care of Mu Yi. When Mu Yi let her guard down and did not think the saint girl of the Luo River sect would harm her, the saint girl of the Luo River sect ordered Mu Yi to possess Mu Yi's body. In fact, Mu Yi did not even have the strength to resist. Soul return in 100 years. I'll be able to completely assimilate her soul, possess her body, and merge with her memories to become her. The saint girl of Luo River sect was called Feng Jian, while her twin sister was called Feng Jian Shui. At this moment, Feng Jian Shui's heart was filled with unwillingness and panic. If she had known that she would be seen through, she wouldn't have followed Mu Yi's memories and walked out of the Luo River sect to meet Mu Yi's so-called senior martial brother. She never thought that she would be taken away as soon as they met. Furthermore, he was taken away after being knocked unconscious. When Feng Jian Shui woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Mu Yi's senior brother, Duan Lingtian, had also found an expert who specialized in soul attacks. The strength of this powerhouse was extremely strong. Just by approaching her soul, she felt an extremely terrifying pressure, pressuring her soul to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. Although Duan Lingtian's twin sister was a titled celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian's soul did not grow as fast as her twin sister's soul. Her sister's soul was now at the 9 palaces, celestial emperor level. On the other hand, her soul was only at the level of a 10 directions, celestial lord. She was much weaker than her sister. You finally admit it. Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Mu Yi. In other words, the person before him was no longer Mu Yi. She was merely a person who had inherited part of Mu Yi's memories. Mu Yi was his junior martial sister. She was the successor of the 7 absolute sects, second absolute, the prophet progeny. Even if Mu Yi was in trouble, he would not just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, he was also partly responsible for Mu Yi's predicament. If it were not for him, Mu Yi would not have been taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Mu Yi's life had changed because of that incident. If Mu Yi had not been taken to the divine offering land, she would not have been in the Luo River sect. After all, the Luo River sect valued disciples based on their innate talent and comprehension ability. The reason Mu Yi had grown so quickly and was even accepted as a disciple by the Luo River sect saintess was because of her innate talent and comprehension ability that had undergone a complete transformation after experiencing the baptism of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the world of divine offering. Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi said after taking a deep breath. Mu Yi took a deep breath, and her expression softened slightly. Mu Yi's soul has almost been completely fused with by me. Even if I leave her body now, she won't be able to receive it in one piece, and she might even lose her intelligence. I know she's your junior martial sister. How about this? If you don't touch me and send me back to the Luo River sect, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my sister and my mother will find out sooner or later that you're behind this. Before I left the Luo River sect, I sent a message to my sister and told her what I was going to do. At the same time, I told her about you, Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi's senior martial brother from the 7 Absolute sect in the Saint Province realm. Mu Yi's words were laced with a hint of threat. You won't be able to return in one piece. You won't be able to return in one piece. Duan Lingtian looked at Mo. He skeptically. She's telling the truth. Mo he nodded. His expression was solemn as he said, It's obvious most of the other soul has been assimilated. Even if the remaining soul accepts this body, there will be many problems. It's basically impossible for it to return to its original state. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a deep voice, What if I ask her to devour the soul that has taken over her body? Ha 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 ha. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yi laughed. It's useless. Her soul doesn't have the ability to devour my soul. Even if it does, I won't let her have her way. Duan Lingtian, you only have one choice now. Send me back to the Luo River sect. That way, you'll be able to form a good relationship with me. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can look for me in the Luo River sect. My sister is a leftover disciple of the Luo River sect. My mother is the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. It's your fortune to be able to form a good relationship with me. Ordinary people don't have the chance to form such a good relationship with me. Mu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on her expression, it was as though she had Duan Lingtian in the bag. Naturally, she was only saying this to placate Duan Lingtian. She had already made up her mind. Once Duan Lingtian sent her back to the Luo River heaven and the Luo River sect, she would definitely kill Duan Lingtian. Once they arrived at the Luo River sect, Duan Lingtian's life would be in the palm of her hand. Earlier, after Mu Yi had regained consciousness, she had secretly sent a few messages to her sister. However, there was no response. She had also sent messages to her mother and the others, but there was still no response. Under such circumstances, she knew she had been taken away from the Luo River heaven. Currently, She was no longer in the Luo River heaven. Junior sister Mu Yi. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. Initially, he thought it was a good thing that his junior sister Mu Yi was still alive. He did not expect her to be in a state worse than death. Moreover, there was no way he could save her now. Earlier, Huo Lao had told him about Mo-He's ability. Even in the Devata realms, Mo-He's attainments and soul attacks were one of the best. Even a godly being can't save her. Duan Lingtian asked Mo-He through voice transmission. Young master, it's useless even if a godly being makes a move. Her soul is damaged and it's irreversible. Mo-He replied through voice transmission. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. When he looked at Mu Yi again, he enunciated each word clearly as he said, "Since we can't save junior sister Mu Yi, we'll just have to destroy the soul that's currently occupying her body. Even if junior sister Mu Yi's soul isn't sentient after taking over her body, at least she'll still be alive." Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Mu Yi's expression changed drastically. Do you know what you're doing? You're murdering the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, my beloved daughter. If you dare to kill me, you'll be finished, and the people around you will be finished as well, Mu Yi said sternly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Mo-He smiled bitterly. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If what she said is true, she's the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Killing the daughter of a heavenly emperor was undoubtedly a crazy thing to do. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was not as strong as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he was still hesitant. Senior Mo-He, go ahead and do it. I'll bear the consequences. Huo Lao can bear witness to this, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huo Lao. Huo Lao looked at Mo-He and said, Mo-He, let's do it. She's just the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Even if she knows the young master is behind this, there's nothing she can do. Upon hearing Huo Lao's words, Mo-He no longer hesitated. His soul energy surged out of his body and shrouded Mu Yi. In an instant, Mu Yi's face began to distort. She appeared exceptionally sinister. After a short moment, her eyes began to flicker with a demonic light. Mu Yi's screams of pain and misery came out of her mouth, making one's hair stand on end. Duan Lingtian, you, who are you? Mu Yi asked Duan Lingtian reluctantly as she cried. Based on Elder Huo's words, she could tell Duan Lingtian was not simple. Based on Mu Yi's memories, Duan Lingtian was only the Duan Lingtian in the Saint Province realm. This is the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Huo Lao said, Young master is the only true disciple of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 30-409. What? Why, you're the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Mu Yi was in pain, she was still shocked by Elder Huo's words. She stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was in a daze. After a while, Mu Yi felt her soul was about to collapse. She cried out, Duan Lingtian, I know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is stronger than my mother, but do you know who my father is? My father. Before Mu Yi could finish her sentence, her soul was completely destroyed by Mo-He. Since Mo-He was a titled celestial emperor who specialized in soul attacks, it was easy for him to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul. After all, Feng Jianshui's soul was only a 10 directions celestial lord. It took him so long to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul because he had to protect Mu Yi's soul. If he did not have to worry about that, he could easily destroy Feng Jianshui and Mu Yi's souls with just a thought. All right. Mu Yi's eyes dimmed when Mo-He withdrew his hand. Then, a hint of light returned to her eyes. However, when she looked at Mo-He, Her eyes were dull and lifeless. Who are you? Mui looked at Duan Lingtian and his two companions with a hint of fear in her eyes. She looked like a 3-year-old girl who was frightened by the twang of a bow. Although Duan Lingtian had mentally prepared himself, his heart still sank when he saw Mui's reaction. In his mind, junior apprentice sister Mui appeared. Her elegant demeanor was completely different from the person in front of him. Hualao, are you sure that woman's soul has been destroyed? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. Yes. Hualao nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and contacted Feng Tianwu in his small world. Tianwu, I'm afraid I'll need you to take care of and guide Junior's sister, Mui, for a while. The current Mui was like a little girl who wasn't very sensible and needed guidance. As the person who was most familiar with Mui, Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the best choice. Elder brother Duan, leave it to me. Feng Tianwu had also witnessed what had happened just now with her own eyes. Now, when she responded, her tone was also a little heavy and trembling. She used to be so elegant and beautiful, but now she seemed to have lost her intelligence. After Tianwu brought Mui into his little world, Duan Lingtian looked at Mo He and thanked him repeatedly. Senior Mo He, thank you for your help. Young master, you're too polite. It's Mo's honor to be able to help you. Mo He smiled. Senior Mo He, please don't tell anyone about this. When Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the woman who had taken over Mui's body earlier, he knew he had to be extra careful. He even hoped that the woman's mother, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, would not come looking for him so soon. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to find the heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. After all, the other party only knew his name at most. She only knew his name, but she did not know which Devata realm he was in or where he was. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry, young master. I won't tell anyone about this. Mo, he hurriedly replied. What a joke! If the woman whose soul he had destroyed was not lying, she was the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven was not afraid of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, he was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary, destructive heaven. If the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven found out he had killed her daughter, he would most likely die. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if news of this spreads, I'll say I'm the one who destroyed her soul. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Mo he sighed in relief. At the same time, he was even more certain that he could not tell anyone about this. It would be best if he acted as though nothing had happened. After Mo he left, Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked, Hualao, based on her words, it seems like her father is not as simple as he seems. Do you know who the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's 2 daughters are? Duan Lingtian asked. I don't know. Hualao shook his head. He was not privy to such gossip. I can ask the others about this, but it's not appropriate for me to ask now. You mustn't ask. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. If you ask now, it'll only hasten the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's arrival. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. If she comes, it'll be difficult for us to deal with her. She'll come. Hualao was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. She doesn't have the guts to do that. Unless she really cares about her daughter and wants to avenge her at all costs. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to completely fall out with His Majesty. At most, she would just hold him accountable. She'll only blame Lord Heavenly Emperor for this, Hualao said. Naturally, Hualao's words were based on the premise that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was weaker than Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. Otherwise, all of this would just be Elder Hua's hypothesis without any evidence, and it would not be valid. In the Luo River Heaven, after Mui was abducted, the entire Luo River sect was in an uproar. As the leader of the Luo River sect, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, Feng Jianyu, personally left the sect to search for Mu Yi. Alas, all the powerhouses in the Luo River sect searched for Mu Yi's whereabouts, but to no avail. Where did that Duan Lingtian take my sister? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, asked. She was dressed in a silver robe and was surrounded by a faint white light. There were two old women standing behind Feng Jianyu. One of them was dressed in a loose white robe, while the other was dressed in a loose black robe. Both of them exuded a cold aura. All of a sudden, swoosh! Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. Just a moment ago, she subconsciously glanced at the space in her storage ring again, only to discover that a soul bead that had been intact a quarter of an hour ago was now shattered. Of the two soul orbs that were placed next to each other, one was broken while the other was intact. Sister. Feng Jianyu's pupils shrank as her heart trembled. The shattered soul pearl belonged to her younger sister, Feng Jianshui. Apart from her mother and a few close friends, she was the only one who knew about Feng Jianshui's existence. My sister is dead? Mu Yi's soul pearl is intact. Did Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi's senior brother, discover that Mu Yi's body had been possessed and destroyed his sister's soul before returning her body to Mu Yi? A terrifying murderous aura surged out of Feng Jianyu's body as she thought to herself. Her eyes shone with killing intent, as though she was about to devour someone. Saint girl. The two old women standing behind Feng Jian, you were shocked as well. Did something happen to Miss Yi? Although they were titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, they were unaware that Feng Jianyu had a younger sister and another daughter of the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Elders, please continue to search for the person who kidnapped Mu Yi. I'll return to the sect to see my mother. After Feng Jianyu said this, she left in a flash, as if she had disappeared into thin air. Feng Jianyu returned to the Luo River sect. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Luo River Heavenly Palace was located in the Luo River sect's territory. However, it was located in a secluded area and was considered a forbidden area. Without permission, no elders or disciples of the Luo River sect were allowed to enter. Mother. When Feng Jianyu found her mother, Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing was in closed-door cultivation to comprehend profundities. A mansion stood on top of the vast stone platform. It was Situ Zhuqing's residence. Situ Zhuqing usually lived in this place. Situ Zhuqing, who was cultivating in her room, opened her eyes when she heard her eldest daughter's anxious voice. She immediately rushed out of her room. Why are you so anxious? What happened? Situ Zhuqing knew her daughter very well. She was usually calm and collected, and it was rare for her to lose her composure like this. Now that she saw her daughter losing her composure, she knew something must have happened in the Luo River sect. Moreover, it was most likely something that she had to deal with. Mother. Upon seeing Situ Zhuqing, Feng Jianyu immediately knelt down and lowered her head. Please punish me. What's wrong? Situ Zhuqing's frown deepened. Mother, it's my fault for not taking good care of little sister. Please punish me. Feng Jianyu said as her body trembled. Situ Zhuqing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the soul bead of her youngest daughter, Feng Jianshui. She discovered that the soul bead had shattered. No. Situ Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she tried her best to suppress her voice, so only her daughter could hear her, a terrifying aura surged out of her body and struck Feng Jianyu. Feng Jianyu had no choice but to circulate her celestial origin energy to defend herself. The storm came out of nowhere. Then, like a shower, it disappeared. After losing her composure, Situ Zhuqing's expression returned to normal. However, her expression was still cold as she asked in a deep voice, "Speak. What happened? Why did Shwe die? Didn't she already possess Mu Yi's body? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on her and not let her leave the Luo River sect?" As she spoke, Situ Zhuqing's tone turned cold and stern. There was no lack of reproach in her tone. In the depths of her eyes, there was an ice-cold killing intent that seemed to shoot out from her eyes. Her face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. Chapter 34:10. Mother, this is what happened. Facing Situ Zhuqing's question, Feng Jianyu did not dare to hesitate. She quickly told her everything that had happened. 2 days ago, I received a message. Naturally, the message wasn't meant for Sister. After all, Sister's existence is only known to a few of us. That message was sent to Mu Yi. However, Mu Yi's soul did not respond to the message. It was Sister's soul that interpreted the message through Mu Yi's soul and learned that Mu Yi had a senior brother named Duan Lingtian in the mundane realm who was looking for her. Duan Lingtian's senior brother was the reason she was taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Based on the memories Sister obtained from assimilating Mu Yi's soul, it was because of Duan Lingtian that Mu Yi was taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. After that, they were separated. Mu Yi and Duan Lingtian's friends and family were forced to stay in the divine offering land. At that time, Mu Yi's body experienced the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land and gained her innate talent. Initially, I thought Mu Yi's body was the most suitable for Sister. I didn't expect Sister would die because of Mu Yi's body. Feng Jianyu's expression was unsightly when she spoke. She did not expect something would happen to her sister. A few days ago, Sister received a message from Mu Yi's junior sister, named Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Duan Lingtian were disciples of the same sect in the Saint Province realm. That sect was called the Seven Absolute Sect. Mother, you should know, little sister usually tells me everything, including the memories of Mu Yi that she received when she was assimilating her soul. In that secular sect, the Seven Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian is the successor of the First Absolute, the Misty Rain branch. Mu Yi is the successor of the Second Absolute, the Divination branch. Feng Tianwu is the successor of the Fifth Absolute, the Blazing Phoenix branch. Feng Jianyu told him everything she knew. 2 days ago, that Duan Lingtian came to visit and said a few words to Mu Yi, who was possessed by her sister. Then he ordered his men to kidnap her. At that time, the disciples guarding the entrance of our Luo River sect couldn't even react in time. However, they clearly remembered Duan Lingtian's appearance and even described it. As for the old man behind Duan Lingtian who looked like a follower, they didn't pay much attention to him, so they couldn't remember his appearance. As Feng Jinyu spoke, she took out a portrait and passed it to Situ Zhuqing. There was a lifelike portrait of a young man on the portrait. If someone who knew Duan Lingtian was here, they would definitely be shocked. Not only did the portrait depict Duan Lingtian's appearance, but it also captured Duan Lingtian's aura. Duan Lingtian? Situ Zhuqing took the portrait and stared at the young man in the portrait. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Since Shwe, her soul has been destroyed, does that mean Mu Yi's soul has also been destroyed?" Situ Zhuqing had Feng Jian Shwe's soul pearl. However, she did not have Mu Yi's soul pearl. That's right. For this reason, I think Duan Lingtian is targeting little sister. He must have discovered that little sister has taken over Mu Yi's body, so he made a move to abduct her. Feng Jian, you speculated in a deep voice. Good, good. Very good. Although Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, agreed to Feng Jianyu's suggestion, her eyes gleamed with killing intent. Killing intent surged from her eyes as she looked at Feng Jianyu. Since Shwe didn't contact me to tell me what happened after that, there are 2 possibilities. Shwe, Ai's communication was restricted. For example, her soul was imprisoned, and before the restriction was released, Shui, Er's soul, was destroyed. The second possibility is that the seal on Shui, Er's soul, was lifted. However, since Shui, is no longer in the Luo River heaven, I wouldn't be able to receive her message. Feng Jian, you continued to speak. Investigate. You must find out who he is. Situ Zizhu said coldly. If you can't find any clues in the Devata realms, send someone to the mundane realm called the Saint Province realm. Find Duan Lingtian's descendants and kill all of them. If you can't find out who he is, kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. All the living beings in the Saint Province realm should feel honored to be buried with my daughter. As she spoke, Situ Zizhu's voice became colder and colder. Even though Feng Jianyu was her daughter, she was so cold that she did not even dare to breathe. Mother, I'll send someone to investigate Duan Lingtian. Feng Jianyu's eyes flashed fiercely as she said, if you can't find out who he is, I'll personally go to the mundane realm and kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. I'll send someone to investigate as well. Situ Zizhu nodded as she put away the portrait in her hand. I'll keep this portrait with me, so it'll be easier for me to investigate. As for you, get someone to draw another portrait. Yes. Feng Jianyu nodded. You may leave. Feng Jianyu comforted Situ Zizhu before she left. Mother, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. You may leave. I know what to do. After Feng Jianyu left, Situ Zizhu's gaze turned even colder. How dare you kill my daughter? You must have a death wish. No matter who you are, I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Situ Zizhu calmed down after a moment of rage. I hope I can find him in the next few hundred years. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to ask him for help. A hint of tenderness flashed in Situ Zizhu's eyes when she mentioned the word him. However, a bitter smile could be seen on her face. Only she and her 2 daughters knew who she had given birth to. That person was not from a Devata realm. He was from a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. He was a god in a realm of gods. Even for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, he was unreachable. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was frantically trying to find him. However, he did not care. In his opinion, it would take a long time for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to find him. Moreover, even if he was no match for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, he would not regret what he had done. After all, it was all because of him that junior sister Mu Yi had ended up like this. If junior sister Mu Yi hadn't been taken away by Yun Qinyan, she wouldn't have been so talented. She wouldn't have been targeted by the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian blamed himself for this. Because of this, he did not regret taking revenge for Mu Yi. If not for his limited strength, he would have killed his way to the Luo River sect to avenge his junior sister Mu Yi. Elder brother Duan, senior sister Mu Yi's soul is damaged, causing her to lack intelligence. I'm afraid she'll be like this for the rest of her life. Normally, a child's soul is intact, even if their intelligence isn't fully developed in the beginning. As they grow up, their intelligence will still be complete. However, senior sister Mu Yi's situation is different. She's not a person with incomplete intelligence. It's only because her soul is damaged that it's impossible for her to have complete intelligence. Feng Tianwu's tone was heavy when she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Mu Yi, don't worry. One day, I'll kill everyone who harmed you in the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian promised Mu Yi inwardly. For now, my strength is still limited, so I can avenge you. However, the person who possessed your body is dead. In that case, consider it as interest from the Luo River sect. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly. His eyes had even unknowingly turned red. Young master, Hualao could sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. Therefore, he called out to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Are you bringing the two little fellows from the dragons with you?" Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Naturally, he knew the two little fellows from the dragons that Hualao mentioned were Little Black and Little White. "Bring them with you," Duan Lingtian said. Hualao was unaware of the situation in Duan Lingtian's little world, but Duan Lingtian did. For this reason, he hoped Little Black and Little White could cultivate in his little world. After all, cultivating in his little world was much more beneficial than cultivating in any Devata realm. Even the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to his little world, let alone the dragons. Duan Lingtian's little world could be considered a small realm of gods now. This was because his little world contained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Apart from that, his little world also contained the divine tree of life. Due to the divine tree of life, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world would never run out, unless something happened to him. Although Little Black and Little White were still cultivating, they were jolted awake by Duan Lingtian's arrival. "Brother Lingtian." Little Black and Little White were here to look for Duan Lingtian, so they were naturally very happy when they saw Duan Lingtian. "Big Brother Lingtian, you've returned." "Little Black, Little White, enter my little world and greet me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Greet." In the beginning, Little Black and Little White didn't have the time to react, and even thought that Duan Lingtian was asking them to go greet Little Gold. However, when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world and saw a few familiar faces, their eyes lit up with excitement. Little White was especially excited. She leaped into Feng Tianwu's and Li Ro's arms. "Sister Tianwu, Aunt Ro." Chapter 34:11. Apart from Kerr and Li Fei, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were the closest to Feng Tianwu and Li Ro. Now, when they saw Feng Tianwu and Li Ro once again after so many years, it wasn't just Little White that was excited to the point of being unable to control itself. Even Little Black's eyes couldn't help but reveal waves of excitement. Sister Tianwu, Aunt Ro, Uncle Feng, Xiao Hei's cold face completely collapsed at this moment. He smiled happily like a child. Little White was crying, and his eyes were also glistening with tears. "Hualao, let's go." After Little Black and Little White entered his little world to reunite with his family, Duan Lingtian called out to Hualao and left through the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's heart was heavy when he left. Although he had gained a lot during his search for his family and friends, he had only managed to find his father and Feng Wu Dao. Both his mother and junior sister Mu Yi were not in a good situation. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to save his mother from a tragedy. However, he was too late to save Mu Yi. Little Fei, Nian Tian Xuanai, Duan Lingtian prayed inwardly that his family and friends were fine. Although Li Fei, Duan Yantian, and Han Xuanai's soul pearls were unharmed, Duan Lingtian was still worried. After all, Li Ro and Mu Yi's soul pearls were unharmed as well. However, what had happened to them? Just thinking about it made Duan Lingtian break out in cold sweat. In the floating heaven, in the floating territory, in the heavenly palace. The floating heaven's heavenly emperor palace was located in the clouds above a vast ocean. It was a huge floating island, similar to the purple revelation heaven's heavenly emperor palace. In fact, many heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were like this as well. Not only did they show their superiority, but they were also hidden in the clouds so they would not be easily disturbed. At this moment, in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, a beautiful woman dressed in a purple robe was standing in a small courtyard in a secluded valley. She gently brushed the branches of a small tree in front of her. Unknowingly, it has been almost 300 years since I came to the floating heaven. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to leave the floating heaven and look for scoundrel, father, mother, and Si Ling in the other Devata realms. The woman in purple loosened her grip, and the tree branch shot out. 2 leaves fell to the ground. Her gaze followed the 2 leaves as they fell to the ground, and she became absent-minded. "Sister Fei-er!" It was only when she heard a hurried cry of surprise that the woman in purple shuddered and returned to her senses. "Xuanai!" A moment later, a figure floated in from outside the courtyard. It was a similarly beautiful woman with an elegant temperament. She had an excited expression on her face. "Xuanai, what's wrong?" The woman in purple was none other than Li Fei, who had left the purple spike realm to come to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven nearly 300 years ago. At that time, Li Fei was accompanied by her son, Duan Yantian and Han Xuanai. "Sister Fei, I just received a message from Sister Tianwu," Han Xuanai said excitedly to Li Fei. "As soon as I replied to her, she continued to send me another message. She said Brother Ling Tian is currently searching for us in various Devata realms and is currently in the floating heaven. She sent me a message to confirm if I'm in the floating heaven." Big Sister Tianwu also said that Aunt Ro, Uncle Ru Feng, and Uncle Feng Wu Dao have already reunited with her and Big Brother Ling Tian. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are also here. Han Xuanai's words seemed to be conveying the contents of Feng Tianwu's message. "I told Sister Tianwu that I'm with you and Yen Tian." Sister Tianwu asked where we are. Should we tell her? Han Xuanai seemed a little hesitant when she asked this question. "Tell me." "Of course, I'll tell her. Why not? Even if the scoundrel doesn't come looking for me, I'll definitely look for him after I break through and become a celestial emperor." Li Fei's eyes were red from excitement as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hurriedly sent a message to Feng Tianwu. "Tianwu, we're in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You can use the transportation formation in the floating heaven to head to the floating territories' Great Tong Mansion. Once you're there, find a city to settle down in. I'll bring Yen Tian and Xue Nai to look for you." Li Fei's words were incoherent as she spoke. She was too excited. "Sister Fei, Feng Tianwu was also excited when she heard Li Fei's voice. Although Han Xuanai had told her she was with Li Fei, she could not help but feel excited when she heard Li Fei's voice. "Elder Brother Duan." Feng Tianwu hastily passed Li Fei's soul pearl to Duan Ling Tian. "Sister Fei, is in the floating heaven. Little Fei." Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Why would Tianwu suddenly give him a soul pearl? Did she find someone? An expression of joy appeared on his face when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. "Little Fei, Duan Ling Tian only had 2 wives in his life. One of them was Ke, and the other was Li Fei. Moreover, Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. Even if he wanted to be fair in his heart whether it was Ke or Li Fei, he still placed more importance on those 2. After all, both of them were his first wives. He felt guilty toward both of them, especially toward Ke and Li Fei. Little Fei, I'll come and see you now," Duan Ling Tian said to Li Fei through voice transmission before he returned the soul pearl to Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, in Duan Ling Tian's little world, Duan Si Ling, Duan Ruff and Li Ro, and the 3 little ones received news that Li Fei and the others had been found. "Sister Fei, is in this Devata realm. Sister Fei has been found." The 3 little ones' eyes lit up. Duan Si Ling was equally excited. "Second mother. You found second mother?" Both Ke and Li Fei were Duan Ling Tian's wives. However, all this while, Li Fei had always followed Ke's lead. Although Ke did not mind, Li Fei made Ke's daughter, Duan Si Ling, address her as second mother while her son, Duan Yen Tian, addressed Ke as first mother. Of course, their own children would address them as mother. When Duan Si Ling and Duan Yen Tian were around, Li Fei doted on Duan Siling more than she did on her own son. For this reason, Duan Siling and Li Fei were very close. She treated Li Fei as her own mother. Fei is in this Devata realm. Even Li Ro and Duan Rafeng were excited. Nian Tian is here as well. After learning that their daughter-in-law and grandson were in this Devata realm, they could not help but worry about them. How are they doing? Aunt Ro, don't worry. Sister Fei is doing well. She's the direct disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, a true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is one of the two strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Feng, Tianwu said. She knew her elder brother Duan, Aunt Ro, Uncle Feng, and the others would be concerned about Li Fei's situation after learning that she was in this Devata realm. Sister Fei asked us to use the transportation formation to head to the Floating Territory's Great Tong Mansion and wait for her in the city. Feng, Tianwu said. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian immediately said to Huolao, Huolao, let's look for a transportation formation nearby. You have news? Huolao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had noticed Duan Lingtian's strange behavior earlier. The remaining 3 people I can find are all together in this Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. In fact, Duan Lingtian had visited the 78th Devata realm in the Floating Heaven. There were only 3 Devata realms he had yet to visit. Now that he had found all the people he could find, he could be considered to have found all the people he could. As for the others, they either did not have soul pearls with them or they were dead. While Duan Lingtian and Huolao were searching for transportation formations, Li Fei, who was in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, sent a message to her son. Duan Nian Tian. Nian Tian, your father is here. Li Fei said to Duan Nian Tian with a smile on her face. Father. Duan Nian Tian's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. I thought we'd have to wait until you've become a celestial emperor before we can look for Father and the others. I didn't expect Father to come looking for us now. Li Fei could have gone to another Devata realm to look for Duan Lingtian and the others. However, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, did not allow her to leave the Floating Heaven. She even sent someone to hide in the dark to keep an eye on her. Once she left the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, that person would follow her. As long as Li Fei did not leave the Floating Heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not care about her. However, if Li Fei wanted to leave the Floating Heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would stop Li Fei and forcibly bring Li Fei back to the Floating Heaven. Your father, Auntie Tianwu, and the others have agreed to meet in the Great Tong Prefecture. They'll send us a message when they arrive in a city in the Great Tong Prefecture. Li Fei said. Duan Nian Tian nodded. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. The person he admired the most in his life was his father, even though he had met many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven. Although he had met many celestial emperors in the Floating Heaven palace, his father was still his idol. Sister Fei At this moment, Han Shu and I said with a frown on her face, I know you want to meet Brother Ling Tian. But if Kong Yu finds out about Brother Ling Tian, I'm afraid he'll make things difficult for Brother Ling Tian. End. Chapter 34:12. Kong Yu? Who does he think he is? Li Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. Kong Yu could be considered Li Fei's senior brother. He was the only son of Li Fei's master and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. After Li Fei came to the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, Kong Yu had been trying to curry favor with her. Although he knew Li Fei had a son with another man, he did not back down. According to him, Li Fei's husband was still alive. I don't even know if Li Fei's husband is still alive. Even if he is he qualified to compete with me, Kong Yu for Li Fei? I'm just worried that brother Ling Tian will be at a disadvantage. Han Xuanai smiled bitterly. Sister Fei, although you have the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's support, Kong Yu has the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's support as well. Moreover, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. Moreover, Kong Yu is much stronger than any of us. Although he's not even 1,000 years old, he's already a Celestial Emperor and has comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. A hint of worry could be seen on Han Xuanai's face when she finished speaking. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Li Fei's expression darkened slightly. At this moment, Duan Yen Tian suggested, Mother, at most, will just reunite with father, sister, grandfather, grandmother, and Auntie Tianwu. We won't bring them back to the heavenly palace. You won't bring your father and the others to the heavenly palace? Li Fei shook her head. Impossible. Since your father is here, I naturally have to bring him to pay a visit to Master. After all, Master's help to me and us is too great. Li Fei said solemnly. As for Kong Yu, we'll just ignore him. If he really tries to do anything, Master won't just sit back and watch. Li Fei was troubled by Kong Yu's shamelessness. After all, she was no match for Kong Yu. Moreover, Kong Yu was not afraid of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. All right, your Auntie Tianwu sent a message. They're in southern ancient city in Datong Prefecture. Li Fei's eyes lit up as she asked Duan Yen Tian. Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai's eyes lit up immediately. Excitement could be seen on their faces. They hadn't seen that man for many years. Moreover, that man had a group of family and friends with him. Let's go. Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Han Xuanai, and Duan Yen Tian left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Along the way, a beautiful woman followed them. She was none other than one of the celestial emperors under the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. She was very close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Her job was to protect Li Fei and keep an eye on Li Fei so that Li Fei would not leave the floating heaven. As long as Li Fei was in the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would be able to contact her through communication talismans. However, if Li Fei left the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not be able to track Li Fei's whereabouts. If she could not track Li Fei's whereabouts, she would not know if Li Fei was safe or not. For this reason, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not allow Li Fei to leave the floating heaven until she was strong enough to protect Li Fei. Miss Fei rarely leaves the floating heaven. Where do you plan to go this time? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked as she looked at Li Fei from afar. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was puzzled. As long as Li Fei did not leave the floating heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not interfere. Soon after, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor left the floating heaven with Li Fei and the others and entered the Great Tong Prefecture. Since the Great Tong Prefecture was located near the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it was under the direct control of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The mansion master of the Great Tong Prefecture was also a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Naturally, this titled celestial emperor did not have much of a presence among the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. After all, as the holy land of the floating heaven, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven was home to many titled celestial emperors. Ordinary titled celestial emperors would not have much of a presence in the floating heaven. Nanga City was one of the cities in the Great Tong Prefecture. After Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao arrived at Nanga City through the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked Tian Wu to contact Li Fei. Elder brother Duan, I've contacted Sister Fei. They're coming over now. Feng, Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His heartbeat seemed to have sped up a little. In just a blink of an eye, he felt as though he had traveled back in time to the time when he first met his wife, Li Fei. At that time, she was the most beautiful woman in the inner court of the Li clan in Aurora City. She was dressed in a light purple robe when she was 18 years old. Compared to Kerr at that time, she was much more mature. That pair of beautiful Chio's eyes seemed to be mixed with boundless charm. With just a glance, it could steal the souls of countless men. She was the first woman in his life whom he felt a strong sense of possessiveness, even though he only saw her once. Her position in his heart had always been high. It had been a long time since he heard her call him a scoundrel. After that, she gave birth to a son for him. Not long after, they parted again. It had been almost 300 years since then. Little Fair, I miss you so much. Duan Lingtian's eyes had unknowingly started glistening with tears, and they only evaporated after a short moment. Elder brother Duan, sister Fei, has arrived. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard Feng Tianwu's voice. His eyes shone like the two most dazzling stars in the night sky. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he looked towards the north. There were 4 figures walking over in the air, 3 in front and 1 behind. The person behind was an unfamiliar face to Duan Lingtian, and he didn't recognize him. Of the 3 people in front, 2 of them were women, and he couldn't be more familiar with them. His wife, Li Fei, didn't change much in appearance after so many years. She only seemed to have become colder, and the biggest change was her otherworldly temperament. Xuanai, on the other hand, seemed to have matured after so many years. She was no longer the mischievous girl she used to be. As for the other young man, his facial features were similar to his own. It was not difficult for him to guess that this young man was his son, Duan Niantian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before Li Fei and the others could get close to Duan Lingtian, several figures had already appeared beside him. They were none other than Feng Tianwu, Duan Siling Li Ro, and Duan Rafeng. Suddenly, 2 of the 3 figures stopped moving. Whether it was Han Xuanai or Duan Niantian, both of them stopped in their tracks. Li Fei flew up into the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian, whereas Duan Lingtian was amongst the group of people as he stepped out into the sky to greet Li Fei. The husband and wife hugged each other tightly after so many years. They could feel each other's breath and smell each other's familiar scent. They did not let go for a long time. Neither of them spoke. It was as though they were afraid the slightest sound would break the silence. The couple hugged each other so tightly that it was as though they wanted to fuse into each other's body. This is the beautiful woman followed Duan Niantian and Han Xuanai and stood side by side with them. She was stunned when she saw Li Fei hugging the purple-clad young man in the distance. She did not expect Miss Fei or would have such a side to her. It seems like this is her husband. As someone close to Li Fei's master, Celestial Emperor Ziwei, the beautiful woman had heard that Li Fei had a husband. She had been by Li Fei's side for many years, so she knew Li Fei very well. Moreover, she had unknowingly treated Li Fei as her own daughter. Throughout the years, she had never seen Li Fei like this. Usually, Li Fei was happiest when she was with her son, Duan Yantian and Han Xuanai. She would only relax and show her true self in front of her master. Usually, she would be cold and aloof, as though she was unapproachable. At this moment, the beautiful woman could clearly feel Li Fei's happiness, even though she was standing far away. Even she was affected by Li Fei's happiness. In the air, under the gazes of a group of people, the man and woman hugged each other tightly. After hugging for a long time, one of them opened his mouth and broke the quiet atmosphere. Little Fei, you've worked hard. Duan Lingtian gently caressed Li Fei's long hair as he said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." The moment Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth, Li Fei's nerves that had been stretched taut all these years instantly relaxed. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks as she buried her head in Duan Ling Tian's embrace. "Scoundrel, I missed you. I missed you so much. I'm sorry I'm late." Duan Ling Tian hugged Li Fei tightly, and his voice became even gentler. At the same time, his tone carried a sense of guilt. "You're not late. You're not late." Li Fei shook her head repeatedly as she muttered under her breath. She was still very emotional at this moment. After a while, the couple seemed to realize that there was a crowd around them. Li Fei was the first to blush as she gently pushed Duan Ling Tian away. Then, she held Duan Ling Tian's hand and walked towards Duan Rafeng and Li Ro. Li Fei bowed to Duan Rafeng and his wife. "Unfilial daughter-in-law, Li Ro greets father and mother." "Ha! Who said my daughter-in-law is unfilial?" "Fei, if Tian bullies you, tell father and father will teach him a lesson for you." Duan Rafeng laughed. "That's right." Li Ro stepped forward and held Li Fei's hand. "Fei, if Tian dares to bully you, you can also tell mother, and mother will teach him a lesson for you." Duan Ling Tian stood at the side with an awkward and bitter smile on his face. Who was the real father? "Nian Tian, come over and greet your father, your grandparents." At this moment, Li Fei turned to look at Duan Nian Tian, who was still standing in the distance, like a block of wood. "Father." Duan Ling Tian walked up to Duan Ling Tian and looked at him with a burning gaze. Chapter 34:13. Good boy, you're all grown up now. Duan Ling Tian gave his son a hug as his eyes turned red. He felt guilty toward his son because he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. It was rare for his son to understand him. Duan Ling Tian did not blame him at all. "Father, I finally get to see you. I thought I'd have to wait until mother has become a celestial emperor before I can look for you," Duan Ling Tian said excitedly. Duan Yen Tian said excitedly. Ever since he was young, he had viewed his father as his idol. It had never changed. "There's no need for that. I'm here. I'm here to look for all of you. From now on, we'll never be separated again." Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Trust me. We'll never be separated again." "Yes, I trust you, father." Duan Yen Tian nodded solemnly. He had never doubted his father's words, even though he did not know his father's cultivation base or where he came from. He trusted his father unconditionally. According to the saying on earth, Duan Ling Tian's son was his #1 fan. Moreover, he was the type who would never change his mind. "All right, go and greet your grandparents and Auntie Tianwu. Your sister is here as well." Duan Ling Tian gently pushed Duan Yen Tian away and said with a smile, "All right." Duan Yen Tian nodded. Then he walked up to Duan Rafeng and Li Ro and greeted them excitedly. "Grandpa, Grandma." "Nian Tian, you've grown so big." Duan Rafeng sighed emotionally. "Nian Tian." As for Li Ro, she couldn't help but shed 2 streams of tears. In the blink of an eye, her grandson had already grown up. She had no idea how her grandson had managed to survive all these years. However, when she thought about her own experiences, it was not difficult for her grandson to reach where he was now. "Xuanai." Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai walked up to Duan Ling Tian and threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms as tears streamed down her face. "Brother Ling Tian, I've missed you." Just like how Duan Ling Tian treated Han Xuanai as a sister, Han Xuanai treated Duan Ling Tian as her brother as well. She was infatuated with and dependent on him. Especially all these years, she had been with her big brother Ling Tian's wife and son, and she had never stopped thinking about her big brother Ling Tian. "Silly girl, you're already an adult. Why are you still crying?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. After wiping away her tears, he asked with a teasing smile, "What do you think?" After all these years, have you ever found a lover that you like? Brother Ling Tian, you're making fun of me again. Han Shu and I laughed through her tears. I've told you before that unless I can meet an outstanding man like you, Brother Ling Tian, I won't be interested in anyone. Upon hearing Han Shu and I's words, Duan Ling Tian sighed. Then you should be prepared to be single for the rest of your life and be an old lady who can't get married. Brother Ling Tian, you're being narcissistic again. Han Shu and I giggled. This is the Devata realm, not the mundane realm. Don't tell me you're so narcissistic that you think no man in the Devata realm is as good as you. Time will prove everything. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He did not bother to explain himself. Scoundrel. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard the voice of Li Fei, who was surrounded by little black, little white, and little gold. At this moment, Li Fei had already caught up with a group of old friends. She called out to Duan Ling Tian before her gaze landed on the peerlessly beautiful, white-clad woman with a cold temperament standing in the distance. Aren't you going to introduce us? Earlier, when Feng Tianwu and the others had come out, she had come out with them as well. After all, she could not possibly be the only one in there, right? Duan Ling Tian felt slightly awkward when he saw Li Fei looking at him with a faint smile on her face. From the beginning until the end, she stood at the side and watched Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei reuniting. She had beautiful brows, and a smile could be seen on her face. She was happy for her brother Ling Tian. She knew how much her brother Ling Tian missed this woman named Li Fei all these years. Huan Duan Ling Tian's clone approached Huan and said, "This is my wife, Li Fei, whom I have always mentioned to you." "Greetings, Sister Fei." Huan greeted Li Fei with a smile. "I've heard about you from Brother Ling Tian a long time ago. Now that I've met you, you're even more beautiful than Brother Ling Tian described. Sister Huan, you're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder that scoundrel kidnapped you." Li Fei nodded at Huan, with a smile on her face. Then she looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully, causing him to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Scoundrel. At the same time, Li Fei sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Scoundrel, I don't care how many women you have, but you can't marry any of them before you rescue Sister Kerr from the divine offering land. Tian Wu is an exception." Li Fei's tone was firm. "Otherwise, even if Sister Kerr doesn't blame you, I won't allow it." "Little Fei, am I, Duan Ling Tian, such a heartless person in your eyes?" Duan Ling Tian replied with a wry smile on his face. "Don't worry. Before I rescue Kerr, I won't marry any woman, including Tian Wu. Don't you think you're being too cruel to Tian Wu?" Li Fei frowned slightly. "Little Fei, I've already spoken to Tian Wu about this. She understands. Moreover, she also thinks this is the right thing to do," Duan Ling Tian said. "Tian Wu is really thoughtful." Li Fei sighed. Duan Ling Tian had thought Li Fei would not be too friendly with Huan. With Li Fei's temper, even if she tried to restrain herself a little, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not treat her kindly. However, to her surprise, Li Fei and Huan got along so well that they kept calling each other little Sister Huan. He sighed in relief when he saw this. "Brother Ling Tian, is this my new sister-in-law?" At this moment, Han Shui and I also came over and asked with bright eyes, "Brother Ling Tian, this sister-in-law is definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Where did you abduct her from?" Duan Ling Tian glared at Xuanai when he saw she was making fun of him. "What do you mean by abducted? Don't learn bad things from your sister, Fei." Now that they were reunited, they had a lot to talk about. However, they could only speak slowly. "Little Fei, why are both of you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? I heard from Tian Wu that you were defeated by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'll have to tell you about the purple spike realm from the mundane realm. I'll tell you everything after I bring you to my master. In just a few sentences, Li Fei recounted everything that had happened after she left the divine offering land and ended up in the purple thorns realm in the mundane realm. Coincidentally, Nian Tian and Xuanai were also in the purple spike realm. After that, we came to the floating heaven and entered the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Li Fei briefly recounted her experiences and the reason she ended up in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It seems like you're quite lucky to have such a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was pleased with his wife's luck. It's all thanks to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Li Fei smiled wryly as she said, However, if I had to choose, I'd rather all of us not have anything to do with the divine offering land, including Sister Kerr. Wouldn't it be great if we could live a carefree life in the Saint Province realm? A hint of yearning could be seen in Li Fei's eyes as she spoke. Such a day will come even in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. For the sake of his family, he would also make a name for himself in the Devata realm. Rascal, let's go. I'll bring you to my master. Under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao followed her to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. As for the others, including Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Of course, the beautiful woman who came with Li Fei was still following closely behind. This is Father's little world. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were shocked when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. They discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The reason they were so talented was due to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The natives of the realms of gods were so talented because they had been nurtured by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land since they were born. Before they transcended their mortal bodies and became celestials, their innate talent and comprehension abilities would undergo a complete transformation under the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land is similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Han Shui Nai did not regain her senses for a long time. As for the others, they were already used to it since they had been in Duan Lingtian's little world for quite some time. The cultivation environment here is amazing. If I cultivate here, I'll become a celestial lord in no time. Me too. Duan Niantian and Han Xuanai were shocked when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Then they sat down and began to cultivate. Li Ro and the others could not help but laugh when they saw how eager they were to cultivate. However, they could understand why they were so eager. After all, they had similar thoughts when they first entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Little Fei, do you have the soul pearls of the others? Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei. Li Fei's expression darkened when she heard this. Among the soul pearls in our possession, only Father, Mother, Tianwu, and her father's soul pearls are left. Apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the others' soul pearls are shattered. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Yun Qin Yan's words. He clenched his fists tightly as a flame of hatred burned in his heart. Yun Qin Yan, one day I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Chapter 34:14. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and the others had died because Yun Qinyan had kidnapped them and brought them to the divine offering land. If it were not for Yun Qinyan, Bai Li Hong and the others would still be alive in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. As long as they were in the Saint Province realm, they would not be in any danger. There are less than 700 years left. Once the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is connected, I'll definitely go to the divine offering land and seek justice for my senior brothers and the others. Duan Lingtian felt extremely guilty toward by Li Hong and the others. However, at this moment, this guilt had transformed into a towering rage that could not be contained. Due to his heavy heart, Duan Lingtian did not speak much along the way. Li Fei understood how Duan Lingtian felt. She merely held his hand and walked side by side with him. She did not disturb his peace. Perhaps only such a handsome young man is worthy of Miss Fei. The beautiful woman and Hua Lao followed behind Duan Lingtian. Her eyes glinted as she looked at the pair of Duan Lingtian, who was like a golden couple. Although she did not know much about the purple-clad young man, she knew his temperament. However, the temperament, bearing, and calmness of the young man's movements were something she had never seen before in a young man of his age. Moreover, based on what she knew, Duan Lingtian was only 300 years old. Miss Fei was only around 300 years old, and her husband seemed to be around the same age as her, also around 300 years old. It was rare for a 300-year-old man to be so calm. Soon after, under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived above an ocean. After passing through the clouds, a huge floating island appeared in front of them. "Scoundrel, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven is right in front of us," Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian. Originally, along the way, Li Fei had many things she wanted to ask Duan Lingtian, but because Duan Lingtian's mood was obviously not good, she didn't ask and only spoke when they arrived at their destination. "Yes." Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the floating island in front of him. Then he looked at the clouds beneath his feet. It was not difficult to notice that the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven shared some similarities. He had been to 3 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. The heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven and the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were located behind the clouds. Even though the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not located in the same location, it was still hidden. "I'll take you to see Master." Even though she was mentally prepared, Li Fei couldn't help but feel excited. She felt like the older sisters on Earth who wanted to bring their boyfriends home to meet their parents. Throughout the years, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had treated Li Fei like a daughter. Li Fei had spent more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor than any of her elders. In fact, she had spent more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor than she had spent with Duan Lingtian. Li Fei had grown up with her grandfather since she was a child. She had never met her parents since she was old enough to remember the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Therefore, she treated the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as her mother. It was also because of this that she was nervous now. Master's residence is up ahead. Li Fei led Duan Lingtian to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven without any obstructions. After all, most of the people in the heavenly palace knew Li Fei. Some of them even addressed her as Miss Fei. There were 3 true disciples under the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, was the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence was located in a ravine that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Before they even entered the ravine, a flock of birds flew into the air and circled Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. "Miss Fei, Miss Fei." It was obvious the flock of birds had gained sentience. They could even speak the human language and took the initiative to greet Li Fei. Li Fei smiled and waved at them. "Miss Fei, is this the man you've been talking about?" A red bird looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Li Fei, and said with a smile, "In the past, we didn't believe you when you said you had a husband. It seems like you didn't lie to us, Miss Fei." "Why would I lie to all of you?" Li Fei shook her head. Then she turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Scoundrel, these are my sisters. They can be considered as my master's in-name disciples. Hee. A burst of laughter rang in the air as the flock of birds in front of Duan Lingtian transformed into a group of young women. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and sized him up. Is this Miss Fei Er's husband? He's really handsome. I can't find such a handsome man in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a rare animal in a zoo that was surrounded by a group of tourists. Although Duan Lingtian was not used to being surrounded by so many women, he maintained a friendly smile on his face and nodded at them. Thank you for taking care of little Fei all these years. That's enough. At this moment, the beautiful woman standing behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei said, Let's disperse. Miss Fei wants to bring the young master to meet the Lord Celestial Emperor. The beautiful woman was clearly quite dignified among this flock of birds. As soon as she opened her mouth, the flock of birds that had transformed into women all turned back into birds and scattered. At this moment, Li Fei led Duan Lingtian into the summer valley. As soon as they entered the summer valley, a refreshing fragrance assailed their nostrils. It smelled like flowers, but it was not entirely so. There was also the aroma of wine mixed in the fragrance. It was refreshing to smell it. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to take a deep breath, Li Fei's voice rang in the air. Master likes to brew wine. This fragrance is from the flower wine she brews. Flowers in the Devata realms usually contain spirit energy. Master planted many celestial flowers and celestial herbs here. Some of the celestial flowers and celestial herbs that have potential are cultivated by Master so that they can transform into humans. Master had accepted a disciple before me who had transformed into a human from a celestial herb. Currently, Senior Sister is also a titled Celestial Emperor, but she's not usually in the Heavenly Palace. Li Fei said, All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when Li Fei brought him deeper into the summer valley, the beautiful woman did not continue to follow them. However, Hua Lao followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. He had followed Duan Lingtian so he could protect Duan Lingtian. Putting aside the good karma he had with Duan Lingtian in the past, he would do anything for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Hua Lao was very clear in his heart. With the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had left him to fend for himself, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian met Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, in a courtyard filled with flowers and plants. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s. She was tall and slender, and she had a graceful figure. When Duan Lingtian saw her, she was bending over to pick flowers and plants. Master. When Li Fei and Duan Lingtian arrived in the courtyard, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor rose to her feet and turned to look at Li Fei. When she saw Duan Lingtian, her cold eyes flashed with a rare bright light. Fei, this is your husband? When Li Fei and Duan Lingtian were reunited, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was informed by the beautiful woman by Li Fei's side. Yes, master. Li Fei replied respectfully, This is my husband, Duan Lingtian. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian bowed at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian greets the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, am deeply grateful for the care you've shown little Fei over the years. If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness. Duan Lingtian said. All right. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied indifferently, Since you're Fei Er's husband, you can stay in the heavenly palace. Now that Fei Er has found you, I'm afraid she won't be able to focus on her cultivation if she's separated from you again. However, I hope you won't affect Fei Er's cultivation. Fei Er, you won't be inferior to me in the future. Based on the purple spike Celestial Emperor's words, she had a high opinion of Li Fei. Based on her tone, it was as though Duan Lingtian had to obey her orders unconditionally. Duan Lingtian was touched by the purple spike Celestial Emperor's words. This meant the purple spike Celestial Emperor was really good to little Fei. Nevertheless, both of them could only accept the purple spike Celestial Emperor's kindness. Purple spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian looked at the purple spike Celestial Emperor and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I came to see you to thank you for taking care of little Fei all these years. Moreover, I brought little Fei here to say goodbye to you. Since I've found her, it's impossible for me to be separated from her again. You're going to leave with Fei?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the purple spike Celestial Emperor's expressionless face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, an ice-cold aura swept out in a timely manner. In an instant, it enveloped the entire courtyard and even the entire valley, causing everything within the valley to appear to be covered with a layer of frost. In just a blink of an eye, the temperature in the courtyard dropped by a few degrees. Whoosh! 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 It was clear that the purple spike Celestial Emperor was skilled in the law of ice. She was so angry that she could freeze 1,000 miles. Master, Li Fei's expression changed slightly. She did not expect her master to be so angry. At the same time, she felt helpless. Her master did not even discuss this with her before speaking to her master. She was well aware of the high hopes her master had placed on her. Now, her master must feel that if she followed her husband, her future would be ruined. Chapter 34:15. Duan Lingtian was at the center of the purple spike Celestial Emperor's icy aura. Naturally, the purple spike Celestial Emperor had only used her aura to pressure Duan Lingtian to give him a warning. She did not intend to hurt Duan Lingtian. Even so, she had still angered Hualao. Hualao's expression darkened. His fiery aura surged as he prepared to make a move. "Hualao, there's no need for that." Duan Lingtian's timely voice transmission stopped Hualao from making a move. At the same time, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not affected by the purple spike Celestial Emperor's icy aura. It did not take long before the purple spike Celestial Emperor discovered her aura did not pose any threat to Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was completely unfazed by her aura. While the purple spike Celestial Emperor was still in shock over Duan Lingtian's ability to ignore her aura, a loud and clear voice rang in the air again. "Kong Yu requests an audience with third junior aunt." Upon hearing the voice, the purple spike Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow. At the same time, she withdrew her aura. However, regardless of whether she withdrew her aura or not, Zhou Donghuang continued to ignore her. "Come in." Upon hearing the purple spike Celestial Emperor's words, a figure descended from the sky. It was a tall and well-built young man. The young man was dressed in a long silver robe with golden trimmings. He had a dignified air about him, and a hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. "Greetings, third junior aunt." The young man who called himself Kong Yu bowed at the purple spike Celestial Emperor as soon as he arrived. "Yui, why are you here?" The purple spike Celestial Emperor asked. Her expression softened slightly as she looked at Kong Yu. "You heard that junior apprentice sister Li Fei's husband came, so he came to take a look?" Junior apprentice sister Li Fei's husband. What kind of person is he, to be able to make her so dead set on him, to the point of ignoring my bitter pursuit? Kong Yu said with a smile. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have said it so bluntly. But now he was obviously doing it on purpose. "Kong Yu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Fei's face turned cold as she glared at Kong Yu. She was about to flare up, but Duan Lingtian stopped her in time and shook his head at her. Little Fei, your temper is still the same as before. If a dog bites you, do you have to bite it back? Duan Lingtian smiled. When Kang Yi had appeared, Duan Lingtian had already noticed a flash of coldness and hatred in Kang Yi's eyes. At that moment, he was still puzzled. He didn't know the other party at all, and it was the first time they had met. Why would the other party hate him? Until now, when he heard the other party's words, which were obviously intentional, he suddenly realized that it was Little Fei Er's admirer. He was not surprised that Little Fei had suitors. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei felt as though she had returned to her days in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. She didn't expect this scoundrel would still have such a sharp tongue even after 300 years. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor could not help but frown. On the other hand, Kang Yi's expression darkened as he looked at Li Fei and said, "Junior sister Li Fei, is your husband so rude?" Kang Yi, before you criticize others for being rude, why don't you reflect on your own manners? Li Fei glanced at Kang Yi indifferently and directly retorted. She didn't care that her master was still present and didn't have the slightest hesitation. Although Kang Yi was infuriated by Li Fei's words, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger toward Li Fei. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, "Brat, you came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with junior sister Li Fei because you want to live off a woman, right? Live off a woman?" Duan Lingtian remained calm. He looked at Kang Yi indifferently and said, "I'm afraid some people can't even live off a woman, right?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kang Yi's expression darkened even more. How can living off a woman be so honorable? I really don't know what junior sister Li Fei sees in you. Junior sister Li Fei, is this your husband? The man you chose? He's not worthy of you. Kang Yi reminded Li Fei as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Li Fei said indifferently, "It's up to me to decide if my man is worthy of me or not. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor, and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take Little Fei away. In the future, I'll bring Little Fei, to visit you whenever I'm free." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor's expression darkened even more. "Can you guarantee Fei Oi's safety if you take her away? Can you guarantee that her innate talent and comprehension won't be hindered by you? If you can take her away. If you can't, I won't let her go," the Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor said. Due to the fact that she realized Duan Lingtian did not seem to be a simple person, she did not make any promises. Instead, she left some leeway in her words. However, before Duan Lingtian could reply, Kang Yi exclaimed in shock, "Junior sister Li Fei, you're not really going to leave with him, right?" Although Kang Yi had accused Duan Lingtian of sponging off Li Fei a moment ago, Kang Yi did not feel embarrassed when Kang Yi said he would take Li Fei away from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, Kang Yi did not seem embarrassed at all as he said, "Are you sure you won't be able to find a better cultivation environment or resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven?" "As long as I can be with him, I don't care about these things," Li Fei said as she looked at Kang Yi indifferently. Then she looked at the Purple Spike, Celestial Emperor, before she fell to her knees and said, "Master, I've worked so hard all these years because of my husband. Now I have reunited with him. To me, everything else is secondary in front of him. Li Fei will always remember your kindness. In the future, if you have any orders for me, I'll definitely do my best to fulfill them. In the future, I'll return to visit you when I'm free," Li Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, Li Fei was unaware that Duan Lingtian could provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources. However, she still insisted on leaving with Duan Lingtian. Fei. The purple spike celestial emperor looked at Li Fei warmly as she said, I understand your intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said he could stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. I did that because I want you to cultivate in peace. However, he refused. Isn't this a joke to your innate talent and comprehension ability? He'll only delay your cultivation. The purple spike celestial emperor said earnestly. As soon as the purple spike celestial emperor finished speaking, Kong Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brat, don't be so selfish. Are you really going to sacrifice junior sister Li Fei's innate talent and comprehension ability for your own selfish desires? Purple spike celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian ignored Kong Yu. He looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and said solemnly, I'm very grateful for your kindness to little Fei. I can guarantee you that after little Fei leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, her cultivation environment and resources will only be better. What a joke! The cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to a realm of gods. How could the heavenly palace of the floating heaven compare to it? Naturally, he would not reveal this to the purple spike celestial emperor. How laughable! The purple spike celestial emperor frowned and had a skeptical expression on her face when Kong Yu burst out laughing. Brat, don't you know how to brag? This is the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, the best cultivation place in the floating heaven. It's a holy land that countless people yearn for. In the Devata realms, only a few top heaven-grade forces and heavenly palaces in the Devata realms have a cultivation environment comparable to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You're not even 400 years old, and your innate talent is not even comparable to junior sister Li Fei's. Where do you get the confidence to boast? Li Fei had told the purple spike celestial emperor about Duan Lingtian before. Li Fei was certain that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not comparable to hers after she had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The purple spike celestial emperor had also told her senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor, about this. Kong Yu had only learned about this from his father. For this reason, Kong Yu felt Duan Lingtian's innate talent was far inferior to Li Fei's. If you don't listen to me, I'll tear your mouth off. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he saw Kong Yu was still pestering him even though he had ignored him several times. His eyes were cold when he turned to look at Kong Yu. Kong Yu was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Tear my mouth off? Brat, do you know that I'm a celestial emperor? In terms of cultivation base and strength, I'm much stronger than junior sister Li Fei. You're about the same age as junior sister Li Fei, but your innate talent is inferior to hers. Perhaps you're not even a celestial king, right? You think you can tear my mouth off? What a joke! Kong Yu said disdainfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, you can try. However, you better think about it carefully. If you make a move, I won't hold back. Even if you're junior sister Li Fei's husband. A mocking smile appeared on Kong Yu's face when he finished speaking. Kong Yu! Li Fei cried out angrily. Her expression changed drastically when she saw Kong Yu's roar. Duan Lingtian's robes fluttered as a powerful spatial energy surged out of his body. Since you want me to tear your mouth off so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and the law of space's fused profundities were one basic celestial emperor. Buzz! Buzz! Before Kong Yu could react, Duan Lingtian had already used the fused profundities of the transportation profundities and the teleportation profundities to send 2 space blades toward Kong Yu. Stop! The purple spike celestial emperor was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to stop Kong Yu. However, Hulao had his eyes fixed on her. End of chapter. Chapter 34:16. Chi, 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 Chi. The purple spike, Celestial Emperor's cold aura, surged in the air again. This time the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, had made her move. Master, please show mercy. Li Fei's face went grim when she saw the bone-piercing cold air cover the sky and cover the earth as it swept over and enveloped her husband. Her figure flashed as she wanted to help Duanling Tian block this attack. However, as soon as she made her move, 2 strands of ice shot out from the ground and bound her legs like ropes, preventing her from moving at all. The terrifying ice energy shot toward Duanling Tian in an attempt to stop Duanling Tian from hurting Kong Yue. Kong Yue was the only son of her senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If something happened to him, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to her senior brother. In fact, it was already too late for the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, to make a move. She had only made a move because she wanted Duanling Tian to back off and not hurt Kong Yue again. However, Duanling Tian did not seem to notice the purple spike, Celestial Emperor's attack at all. With just a thought, the space blade that was about to reach Kong Yue's mouth swept through the air. Rip, rip. Kong Yue's mouth was cut open on both sides. Moreover, the space blade continued to wreak havoc in his mouth, making it impossible for him to heal his wounds with his celestial origin energy. Since he could not heal his wounds, he could not stop the pain. The intense pain caused Kong Yue's eyes to widen. His expression changed drastically as he screamed in agony. Duan, Ling, Tian. The purple spike, Celestial Emperor's voice turned cold. At the same time, the temperature in the air increased as though winter had arrived. At the same time, she no longer held back. She wanted to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. When she arrived in front of Duanling Tian, the frost energy that enveloped Duanling Tian's head became even colder. One could clearly see the scene of a raging cold air. Upon seeing this, Li Fei's expression changed again. No. However, just as the purple spike Celestial Emperor's attack was about to land on Duanling Tian, a loud explosion rang in the air. Boom! Rumble! In the void, a rumbling sound rang out. The exploding flames lit up like sparks of fire and spread out, forming a net of fire. The fire net hovered above Duanling Tian's head and easily blocked the purple spike Celestial Emperor's attack. The purple spike Celestial Emperor Duanling Tian had no intention of killing Duanling Tian's attack. She only wanted to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. However, she did not expect her attack would be blocked by someone else. Moreover, the person who blocked her attack was none other than her true disciple, Duanling Tian, the husband of her true disciple Li Fei. Purple spike Celestial Emperor, it's not up to you to teach my young master a lesson. Hua Lao stepped forward. At this moment, he did not look like a servant at all. His entire body was burning with raging flames. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary flame. The golden flames were clearly much stronger than ordinary flames. Humph! The purple spike Celestial Emperor's expression turned cold when she realized Elderhood did not come with good intentions. She raised her hands, and an ice spike that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the air before it shot toward Elderhua. Swoosh! The icicle pierced through the air like an ice arrow, mercilessly whistling through the air. She did not want to injure her true disciple, Li Fei, her junior nephew, Kong Yue, or Li Fei's husband, Duanling Tian. She did not want to injure or kill any of them. She only had one target at this moment. It was the red-clad old man who had appeared behind Duanling Tian. Good timing! Hua Lao narrowed his eyes when he saw the purple spike Celestial Emperor's attack. At the same time, his red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, Elder's eyes narrowed. In an instant, his eyes seemed to have formed 2 flaming vortexes. Subsequently, a fiery light shot out from each of the 2 vortexes. The two flames intertwined with each other, condensing and compressing along with the spinning energy. Finally, they turned into a scorching hot arrow, meeting the oncoming icicles head-on. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming arrow shot through the air. At this moment, the terrifying flame energy seemed to have condensed into a single point before it launched its attack. On the other hand, the ice arrow that was emitting a frigid aura was no different from the flaming arrow. Ice and fire finally collided with each other amidst Kang Yuyi's miserable screams. There was no earth-shattering collision. As soon as the two arrows collided, the flames gradually extinguished, and the ice gradually melted. It was as though the collision had ended in silence. In the end, the flame arrow was completely extinguished, and the ice arrow was completely melted. This round of collision was a draw. The purple spike, Celestial Emperor, looked at Hua Lao warily. She knew Hua Lao's strength was not inferior to hers. Moreover, when Hua Lao made his move, she sensed a faint aura from his body. It was the aura of a celestial beast. Moreover, it was a terrifying flame celestial beast. At the very least, it was a peak celestial beast that was close to becoming a divine beast. If Hua Lao had reverted to his true form, she might not be a match for him. At this moment, the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, said, "Fei-er, tell your husband to stop." Even if Yu Yi's words were harsh, he has already learned his lesson. In just a blink of an eye, the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, withdrew her cold aura as though she had never made a move. She looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Initially, she thought Li Fei's husband, who was not as talented as Li Fei and was about the same age as Li Fei, would be much weaker than Li Fei. It was only when Hua Lao made a move against Kang Yu that the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, realized she was wrong. Not only was Li Fei's husband a one basic Celestial Emperor who was younger than 1,000 years old like Kang Yu, but he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended multiple combinations of the profundities from the law of space. She had never seen or heard of someone who had such achievements at the age of 300. She knew she had misjudged Hua Lao. Her disciple, Li Fei's husband, was the true monstrous genius. In front of him, not to mention Kang Yu, even her disciple Li Fei was overshadowed. They were like grains of light, unable to compete with the radiance of the moon. Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was fine. At the same time, she glanced at Elder Hua in shock. She did not expect Elder Hua to possess such strength. She knew about Hua Lao's existence when she was still in the mundane realm. She also knew that Hua Lao was suspected to have perished. However, she did not expect that he had only gone missing. She did not expect Hua Lao to not only leave the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, but he also possessed such terrifying strength. He was not inferior to her master, the purple spike, Celestial Emperor. After all, her master, the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Although the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, was the latest to join the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, her strength was not inferior to her 2 senior brothers. Scoundrel, let him go. Li Fei glanced at Kang Yu and was also amused by the scene in front of her. Kang Yu's cheeks were torn open on both sides and were badly mutilated. However, there was no way to treat them. Kang Yu's strength was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian's strength. At this moment, Kang Yu's cries were getting softer and softer. He was clearly tired of screaming. Upon hearing the purple spike Celestial Emperor's words, Kang Yu looked at Li Fei with a pleading expression on his face. It was as though he was begging Li Fei to help him. Swoosh! Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his spatial energy. At this moment, a green light shone on Kang Yu's cheeks. It did not take long for his wounds to return to normal as though nothing had happened. Kang Yu-yi had comprehended the law of wood that specialized in healing. Therefore, it was easy for him to heal his injuries. When Duan Ling Tian tore open his mouth, he did not injure his vital organs. To him, it was merely a flesh wound. However, it was an extremely painful flesh wound. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his hand, he did not even look at Kang Yu-yi. Instead, he turned to look at the purple spike, Celestial Emperor. Initially, Kang Yu-yi was looking at Duan Ling Tian in fear. When he saw Duan Ling Tian looking away, a hint of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, after witnessing the scene earlier, he knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Although they were both one basic celestial emperors, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the profundities from the law of space was much more profound than his. How's this possible? Isn't he about the same age as junior sister Li Fei? How can he be so strong? As far as Kang Yu-yi was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's strength was many times stronger than Li Fei's, who had a higher natural talent than him. Was this really the man that Li Fei said had a natural talent inferior to hers? At this moment, Kang Yu-yi felt as though he had been tricked by Li Fei. However, he seemed to have forgotten about this. He had heard this from his father. Yu-yi, you can leave now. At this moment, the purple spike, Celestial Emperor, said to Kang Yu-yi. After all, Duan Ling Tian was the husband of her true disciple Li Fei. If it were not for the fact that she had no other choice, she would not have made things worse. After all, she had to take her disciple, Li Fei, into consideration. Moreover, based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed and the strength of the people around him, he could faintly sense that Duan Ling Tian, who wanted to bring Li Fei away, did not have a simple background. Yes, third junior aunt. Kang Yu responded and left. The moment he turned around, his face began to distort, becoming exceptionally sinister. He would never forget what had happened today for the rest of his life. After all, Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him in front of the woman he had taken a fancy to. Duan Ling Tian, just you wait, just you wait. When he left, Kang Yu-yi's rationality was completely destroyed by the flames of anger. Chapter 34:17. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Kang Yu-yi's vengeful nature. Even if he knew, he would not care. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not want to bicker with Kang Yu-yi. However, since Kang Yu-yi had gone overboard, he could not be blamed. Since Kang Yu-yi had already made a move, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, not afraid of offending Kang Yu-yi. After listening to Li Fei's words, Duan Ling Tian no longer paid any attention to Kang Yu-yi. After all, Kang Yu-yi was merely a clown to him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the purple spike Celestial Emperor and said, "Purple spike Celestial Emperor, I'm little Fei's husband. Naturally, I won't hold her back. If I don't have a better cultivation environment and resources for her, I won't bring her away. You can't even begin to imagine how important she is to me." Duan Ling Tian said in a deep voice. He knew the purple spike Celestial Emperor would no longer look down on him and Hua Lao. Indeed, this was the truth. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao's attacks had shocked the purple spike Celestial Emperor. She realized her disciple, Li Fei's husband, was not an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian was about the same age as her disciple Li Fei, but he had already achieved so much. This was not something that could be explained by luck. In this world, only the fittest survived and the strong were revered. Even the purple spike Celestial Emperor respected this rule. For this reason, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao's strength, not only did she not hold it against Duan Ling Tian for attacking Kang Yu-yi, but her gaze had also softened when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. "It seems like you've had a better life than Fei. You're not even 400 years old, right?" The purple spike Celestial Emperor asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when the purple spike celestial emperor asked about his age, he could not help but think about his other wife, Ker, and the divine offering land in the realms of gods that had been completely closed. Currently, there were only about 600 years left before the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms would reopen. If Duan Lingtian was still in the past, he would have been satisfied with his current achievements. However, he was not satisfied with his current achievements. After all, there were different ranks among the titled celestial emperors. The weaker titled celestial emperors would only be given the title of 1-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, while the stronger titled celestial emperors would be given the title of 7-star god of war or 8-star god of war. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid of titled celestial emperors were 9-star gods of war. The 9-star gods of war were all half-step gods, or demigods for short. They had reached a level above 10 directions, celestial emperors. At the same time, they had comprehended heaven-defying laws. In order to reach that level, one had to comprehend the profundities to a certain level. The difference between a 10 directions celestial emperor and a 10 directions celestial emperor was not as simple as a breakthrough in one's cultivation base. One's soul had to be refined as well. The refinement of one's soul depended on one's comprehension of profundities. Scoundrel, he's even stronger than me now. In fact, Li Fei was already shocked when Duan Lingtian defeated Kong Yui. However, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, had spoken to her and interrupted her train of thought. Now that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had asked about Duan Lingtian's age and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attitude toward Duan Lingtian, Li Fei immediately shifted her attention back to this matter. She did not expect her husband would be stronger than her in just a few hundred years. It should be known that before this, in Li Fei's opinion, the only person by her side was her younger sister, Ker. Due to her extraordinary status in her past life and her current achievements in the world of divine remains, everyone else, including her husband, Duan Lingtian, was inferior to her. I'm not an unreasonable person. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, her voice softened as she spoke to Duan Lingtian as she said, "Although Fei has only been my disciple for a few hundred years, I treat her like my own daughter. This is because she obtained the legacy I left behind in the mundane realm. I am a person who believes in fate. It is precisely because of this that I feel that Fei is the best gift that the heavens have given me." She continued to say, "You're her husband, and you even have a child with her. I know how important you are to her. I won't force her to stay by my side. I only hope that she'll have a better future. If you can provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources, I won't force her to stay by my side." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words clearly confirmed her stance on this matter. She only wanted the best for Li Fei. She would not force Li Fei to stay by her side, even if she was reluctant to do so. "Master," Li Fei trembled slightly when she heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. An expression of guilt appeared on her face. "Purple Spike Celestial Emperor." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Hualao, who was standing behind him, said, "You don't have to worry about this. What the heavenly palace of the floating heaven can provide for the young madam, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can provide for her as well. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes widened in shock. Although she had guessed Duan Lingtian was supported by a heavenly palace from a Devata realm or a heaven-grade force, she did not expect the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to be the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was, at most, as famous as the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had once fought her master to a draw. Later on, Feng Qingyang had been trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, her master had told her that Feng Qingyang might not be the strongest heavenly emperor in the Devata realms, but he was definitely the one with the highest innate talent. He was also one of the few people who had the highest chance of becoming a god among the group of celestial emperors who had yet to become a god. If that Feng Qingyang dies in the Azura Hell, it can only be said that the heavens are jealous of his talent. If he can come out, he will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring through the 9 heavens in one day. These were the exact words of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The purple spike, celestial emperor, clearly remembered them. Not only was Chun Xiao Bo a titled celestial emperor, but he was also one of the strongest 7-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only was Chun Xiao Bo a titled celestial emperor, but he was also a famous titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, her master, the heavenly Dharch of the floating heaven, had guessed that the heavenly Dharch of the floating heaven would not be able to escape. It was highly likely that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. Even if he did not become a god, he was definitely one of the strongest 8-star gods of war, or even a 9-star god of war. It was only natural that a heavenly emperor's heavenly palace in a Devata realm would rise in status as well. In other words, after Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, killed Chen Xiaobo, one of the strongest 7-star gods of war, and reclaimed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the status of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had reached a level that most heavenly palaces in the Devata realms could not compare to. This included the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Why you're currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The purple spike celestial emperor asked in confusion as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a crazy idea popped up in her mind. Could Duan Lingtian be the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? It was said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, only had a few nominal disciples. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was one of his nominal disciples? Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Therefore, you don't have to worry about little Fei and not having a better cultivation environment and resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with me. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will also do its best to nurture her. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only said these words out loud. Naturally, he would not be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment and resources provided by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Instead, he would be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment in his little world that was comparable to a realm of gods. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to it. Currently, both Han Xuanai and Duan Lingtian had discovered the wonders of Duan Lingtian's little world. They could not help but cultivate in it. Are you the nominal disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The purple spike celestial emperor asked. If you're not, then Fei Er's treatment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is definitely not as good as the treatment in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Nominal disciple. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by the purple spike celestial emperor's words. Then he shook his head. You're not? The purple spike celestial emperor frowned. Her expression turned cold as she said, If you're not, how can Fei be treated in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? I suggest she stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Purple spike celestial emperor. Hua Lao looked at the purple spike celestial emperor indifferently and said, The young master isn't the heavenly emperor's nominal disciple. She's the heavenly emperor's only true disciple. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven meet as equals, if both of you are traveling with the young master, the two of you will only be equal. Hua Lao said. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, the purple spike celestial emperor's eyes widened in shock. True disciple? Based on what she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not have a true disciple. How did he suddenly have a true disciple? Was he only recently recruited? However, if it was only recently, how could Duan Ling Tian possess such strength at such a young age? Chapter 34:18. In the purple spike immortal emperor's opinion, if a person wanted to have Duan Lingtian's current strength before the age of 400, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. If Duan Lingtian had entered the tutelage of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, it would make sense for him to possess such strength. However, if he had just entered the tutelage of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, it would mean that his strength had nothing to do with the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven. However, was this possible? If Duan Lingtian's strength had nothing to do with heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, then where did his strength come from? This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Li Fei was her favorite disciple. Li Fei had obtained her legacy in the mundane realm and was brought to the floating heaven in the Devata realm by her subordinates before she ascended to a Devata realm. Li Fei had received Li Fei's guidance without any reservation. However, even so, Li Fei's current strength was still far from Duan Lingtian's. I've never heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has a true disciple. The purple spike celestial emperor frowned slightly as she looked at Huolao. She did not suspect that Huolao was lying because it was easy to tell if he was telling the truth. However, she was puzzled. Why did heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven suddenly have a true disciple? It didn't happen before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen now. Elder Hu smiled faintly. Before my young master ascended to the Devata realm, he had already obtained the legacy left behind by our Lord Heavenly Emperor in the mundane realm. At that time, our Lord Heavenly Emperor had been paying attention to him. Later on, Lord Heavenly Emperor came out of the Azura Hell and wanted to find him and take him in as a disciple. Unfortunately, even after searching for a long time, we were unable to find him. There's no need for you to doubt it. The young master's current strength has nothing to do with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Young master's talent and opportunities are not something you can imagine. Huolao said. He obtained the inheritance of celestial emperor Feng Qingyang when he was in the mundane plane. The purple spike celestial emperor was stunned. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven left behind an inheritance in the mundane realm? At this time, even Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Little Fei when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm sure you know the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, I know. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was even more confused. That heavenly emperor is called Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and continued, As for my sect in the mundane plane, the seven absolute sect, the previous generation's first absolute, the misty rain lineage's first absolute, was also called Feng Qingyang. What? Naturally, Li Fei was aware of the seven absolute sect. However, she did not expect the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was famous in the Devata realms, was from the same mundane realm as her. In the past, Li Fei had learned a lot about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from the purple spike, celestial emperor. She knew the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was an extraordinary figure. She did not expect the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not only from the same mundane realm as her, but he was also closely related to her husband. She knew her husband had obtained the seven absolutes sex, fog, rain, progeny's legacy, in the mundane realm. She had also come into contact with most of the successors of the other progenies in the Seven Absolute sect. Her younger sister, Tianwu, was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. Han Shuanai, who had been with her and Duan Lingtian for hundreds of years, was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. I see. I understand now. Realization dawned on Li Fei. When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at her in confusion, she briefly explained to her husband that Duan Lingtian had obtained the first absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect's first absolutes, the Fog Rain progeny, in the mundane realm. However, I didn't know Senior Feng Qingyang and the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven were the same person. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up when she heard Li Fei's words. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen the fastest among all the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, it seemed like he did not intend to accept any formal disciples at all. Who knew he had left behind such a legacy in the mundane realm? Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew the significance of Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. It meant he was fated to be the successor of his legacy. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, what was more important was not just one's talent and perception. Even if this was a factor, it was more of a matter of fate. Fate was determined by the heavens. Even if it was her, a large part of the reason why she was so nice to Li Fei was because of this. Otherwise, why did she not accept Duan Niantian and Han Shuanai, who came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven together with Li Fei, even though their innate talent was not inferior to Li Fei's? Fei! If you have time in the future, please come back and visit me often. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor sighed. She knew that since Li Fei had followed Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, she would not be treated any worse than she was in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Therefore, if she allowed Li Fei to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it would be tantamount to separating them. She could not bring herself to do such a thing. Moreover, she also knew that her actions would only make Li Fei bear a grudge against her. Master. Upon hearing the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, Li Fei was clearly moved. Her eyes reddened as she said, I'll definitely come back to visit you often. In my heart, you're not only my master, but you're also my mother. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Scoundrel, I want to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years. Come and get me after 2 years. Take Niantian and Xuanai with you. I want to accompany you for another 2 years, so I can fulfill my filial piety. Li Fei said, I hope you can understand me. Of course I understand. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's only 2 years. I'll wait for you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Now that Duan Lingtian had found all his friends and family, it could be said that he had accomplished his goal of leaving the floating heaven. He did not mind staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Thank you. Li Fei was touched by Duan Lingtian's words. You don't have to thank me. We're husband and wife. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at Hualao and said, Hualao, I plan to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. Do you want to return to the floating heaven first? Or do you want to stay here with me for another 2 years? It's only 2 years. I'll accompany you, young master. Hualao said with a smile. It was not only Duan Lingtian who felt that 2 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Hualao as well. In fact, in Elder Hu's view of time, a short 2 years was nothing at all. This was because he had lived longer than Duan Lingtian. It was just like how a person with a monthly salary of $100,000 would view $100 differently from a person with a monthly salary of $10,000. The latter would not think much of it. The former would not think much of it. Silly child, there's no need for you to do this. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei emotionally as she said, There's no need for you to do this. Master, I've made up my mind. Li Fei shook her head and said, I don't plan to cultivate for the next 2 years. I'll stay by your side to fulfill my filial piety. Although I can come back whenever I want, I won't be able to see you every day like now. Just as the atmosphere became a little warm, a loud voice with a little bit of anger suddenly came from the sky. Third junior sister, your senior brother is here to visit. The purple spike celestial emperor frowned when she heard the voice. She did not expect someone would come and ruin the atmosphere at this moment. Second senior brother, if there's nothing urgent, I'll pay you a visit another day. Right now, I have some things to do. I'm busy right now, the purple spike celestial emperor replied. The owner of the voice was none other than the purple spike celestial emperor's second senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor. It was not difficult for the purple spike celestial emperor to guess why the almighty wind celestial emperor was here. Based on how protective her second senior brother was, he must be here to stand up for his only son, Kong Yu-yi. If it was before, she would have thought that she would need to protect Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, she knew Duan Lingtian did not need her protection at all. In fact, if her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, found out about this, he would definitely reprimand her second senior brother. What a joke! How could she offend Feng Qingyang, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Was that not equivalent to causing trouble for the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Third junior sister, are you trying to protect Duan Lingtian? The voice rang again. This time, 2 figures entered the purple spike celestial emperor's residence. One of them was none other than Kong Yu-yi, who was beaten up by Duan Lingtian and had to leave in a sorry state. But now, there was another person in front of him. It was a tall middle-aged man in a loose green robe. His face was like jade, and there was a sense of dignity between his eyebrows. Moreover, he was somewhat similar to him. Third junior sister. The middle-aged man was none other than the almighty wind celestial emperor, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He was also the purple spike celestial emperor's second senior brother. Second senior brother, didn't you hear what I said? Don't you think it's a little too much for you to enter the purple spike celestial emperor's residence without an invitation? The purple spike celestial emperor's expression darkened when she saw the almighty wind celestial emperor entering the purple spike celestial emperor's residence without an invitation. She even dismissed the idea of reminding the almighty wind celestial emperor that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Initially, she did not want her second senior brother to be taken advantage of. However, now that her second senior brother had acted so recklessly, she was infuriated. Third junior sister. The almighty wind celestial emperor shook his head and said, I know you dote on your disciples, but shouldn't I dote on my son as well? Someone bullied him, and yet I'm not allowed to stand up for him? Father, he's Duan Lingtian. Kong Yu-yi, who was standing behind the almighty wind celestial emperor, pointed at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face. At the same time, a hint of hatred could be seen in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, 419. A hint of hatred could be seen in Kong Yu-yi's eyes as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Although he could easily recover from the injuries Duan Lingtian had inflicted on him, he would never forget the pain he had to endure for the rest of his life. His life had been smooth sailing, and he had never suffered such hardships before. Not to mention other people. Even his father, no matter how big of a mistake he made, had never punished him like this. Most importantly, he was furious. Duan Lingtian dared to humiliate him in front of the woman he had been pursuing. Most importantly, he was jealous that Duan Lingtian was Li Fei's husband. He was also jealous that Li Fei had always treated him coldly because of Duan Lingtian. Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was already in a bad mood since Li Fei was about to leave. Now that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian, was he not looking for trouble? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said in a low voice, "I saw everything that happened. Although Duan Lingtian's actions were a little too extreme, he was forced to do so." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Young people, who doesn't have a temper? As far as I know, even you, second senior brother, when you were young, you destroyed the entire family behind a woman because she would rather die than be with you. Compared to what you've done in the past, Duan Lingtian's actions pale in comparison." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone turned colder as she spoke. "What?" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened as his eyes flashed coldly. "Third junior sister, are you trying to protect him? Just because he's the husband of your most beloved disciple?" Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said indifferently, "It's best to stop before going too far." Humph. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he scoffed. "Third junior sister, if it weren't for you, he would have kneeled and kowtowed to my son if he wanted to live. Today, for third junior sister's sake, I won't need him to kneel and kowtow to apologize to my son. He only needs to bow and apologize." "Father!" Kong Yui, who was standing next to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, cried out in alarm. "We can't let him go so easily." In his opinion, this was too easy for Duan Lingtian. After all, his opponent had forcefully cut open his mouth and then suppressed his celestial origin energy to prevent him from healing his injuries. He had personally experienced the pain of being cut open for a very long time. He had already made up his mind that even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he would at least be crippled. However, who would have thought his father's father? He of his life, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's life of his life? However, when Kong Yu heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission, he immediately shut his mouth. Nevertheless, his eyes were still filled with anger and resentment. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said, "Your third junior aunt's strength is no longer inferior to mine. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses me. Furthermore, although your Grandmaster has 3 personal disciples, the one he dotes on the most is your third martial uncle. Since she wants to protect Duan Lingtian, I can't go too far in front of her." These were the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Apart from that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor added, "We can't go too far in front of your third junior aunt. However, as long as he's not in front of your third junior aunt, we can do whatever we want to him. Now, all we have to do is to regain our dignity and make your third junior aunt think we're willing to let this matter go. As long as your third junior aunt thinks we won't make a move on him, she won't pay too much attention to his safety in the future. That's the only way we'll succeed." As he finished speaking, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with bone-piercing coldness, causing Kong Yu to feel relieved. "Father, you're really thoughtful." Kong Yu transmitted his voice with a smile. "I can't help it. Your third junior aunt has grown too quickly. Even I have to be wary of her. Furthermore, the person that your Grandmaster values the most is also her." The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed. "HM?" The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was taken aback when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asking Duan Lingtian to bow and apologize. Since when did her second senior brother become so lenient? However, when she thought that the other party might be afraid of her, she felt relieved. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew her Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already compromised, she still shook her head and said, "Second senior brother, based on your words, it's obvious you don't intend to look into this matter. Why don't you do me a favor and let this matter go?" At this moment, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone had softened. Naturally, She knew she was helping the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. After all, if the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor really did something to Duan Lingtian, he would not even know how he died. Although she could tell the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor about Duan Lingtian's background and use it to intimidate the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. However, after thinking about it for a moment, she decided against it. She wanted to resolve this matter with her own strength. Third junior sister, he's just bowing and apologizing. Are you not going to let him do it? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression turned unsightly. Second senior brother, please do me a favor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with a determined expression on her face. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at each other for a moment before the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's leave this matter at that. I'll do you a favor, third junior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. "You're Duan Lingtian, right? Brat, you're really lucky. If it weren't for third junior sister's protection, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, he beckoned his son, Kong Yu to leave the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence with him. As soon as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and Kong Yu left, their eyes glinted coldly as though they were about to devour Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian remained silent as he watched the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Although he could scare the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor away with the name of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, this was, after all, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's territory. "Thank you, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor." After Kong Yu and Kong Yu left, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. "There's nothing to thank me for." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor shook her head as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. "I'm only doing this because I don't want second senior brother to have any conflict with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. There's no need to thank me." The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said, "Perhaps I should be the one to thank you. After all, even without me, you don't have to be afraid of my second senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor." Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow and said, "Duan Lingtian, I've already sent a message to my master about you. My master asked me to bring you to him." He asked me to bring Huolao with me as well." After that, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Huolao. After nodding slightly at Huolao, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, "Fei, your Grandmaster asked you to come with him as well." Under the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's lead, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Huolao went to meet the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor led them to a seemingly barren forest after they left the place where they were cultivating. However, when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor raised her hand, the forest before them transformed into a vast valley. In the valley, birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Any random bird or beast was emitting waves of extraordinary aura. They were all immortal beasts that had cultivated to a certain level. Upon seeing the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, the birds and beasts made way for her. Their eyes were filled with awe and veneration. At the same time, many of the birds and beasts with relatively high cultivation bases looked at Huolao, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei with a hint of fear in their eyes. It was obvious they could tell Huolao was a celestial beast. Moreover, Huolao was a celestial beast of a much higher grade than them. Although he did not revert to his true form, the aura he exuded was enough to intimidate them. "Master," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor brought Duan Lingtian and his two companions to a lake in the middle of the valley. She bowed respectfully at the old man who was sitting in the air above the lake. The lake was calm, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Not a single fish could be seen in the lake. In the air above the lake, The owner of the old figure was also wearing a long green robe. When he entered the sight of the jade-green lake water, they seemed to match each other quite well. "Master, I've brought the people you want to meet." The purple spike celestial emperor continued to speak respectfully as she looked at the old man's back. As soon as the purple spike celestial emperor finished speaking, the old man, who was sitting in the air above the lake, finally turned around under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes. This was an old man wearing a long green robe. He had a head full of white hair, but his skin was exceptionally delicate and tender. He had white hair and a youthful face. There was nothing more than this. When the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, they were like the bright stars in the night sky, beautiful and eye-catching. Fei-er, the old man dressed in a green robe, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, looked at Li Fei with a smile on his face. "How long has it been since we last met? 10 years? 20 years? Li Fei bowed and replied respectfully, "Grandmaster, it has been 19 years since we last met." I didn't expect it would be 19 years in just a blink of an eye. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven sighed. "What's even more surprising is that you've reunited with your husband after 19 years. Why don't you introduce us?" As soon as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. "Grandmaster, this is my husband, Duan Lingtian." Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand, and when she introduced Duan Lingtian, her face and eyes were brimming with a brilliant and happy smile. Chapter 30, 420. It's rare to see you so happy. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect Fei-er's husband to be a true disciple of an old friend of mine. Duan Lingtian, your master, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, once challenged me to a duel, and we ended in a draw. Although he said he would look for me again after he made a breakthrough, I'm certain he knew I was wrong. However, I knew that regardless of whether he came to find me or not, I was definitely no match for him at that time. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met. He didn't have many fortuitous encounters in his life, and he had to rely on himself. Through the sword Tao, he has comprehended the law of destruction. He has even mastered the law of destruction. When you fight with him, you will feel that the laws that are extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of others are as easy as pie to him. After saying so much, I still haven't introduced myself. I'm the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, Yang Yun Shao. In terms of seniority, you can address me as senior uncle. After all, your master, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, also addressed me as old brother." The smile on Yang Yun Zhao's face widened as he spoke. "Senior Uncle Yang." Yang Yun Shao was the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Senior Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, he was Fei-er's grandmaster. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be disrespectful in front of him. "Ha!" Yang Yun Zhao's smile widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. Then he lifted his hand and took something out of his spatial ring. "Take this as a gift for our first meeting." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand, and a dull pearl hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. "Senior Uncle Yang, I can't accept this." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he did not know what Yang Yun Shao had taken out, it was clear it was not an ordinary item, since a heavenly emperor kept it in his spatial ring and took it out as a gift. "Keep it," Yang Yun Shao said with a smile. "This is a treasure I found in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It's very special. It can be deformed by force, but it won't be destroyed. Even the power that can destroy a storage ring will not be able to destroy it. It will only be squeezed out of shape. I've studied it for tens of thousands of years, but I haven't been able to figure out anything. Today, when you came to see me, I thought of what I could give you as a greeting gift. Your master doesn't lack anything either. Then I immediately thought of it. Even though I don't know what it is, and I can't figure out anything from it, I still have a feeling that it's not as simple as it seems. Yang Yunxiao said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Since it's such a precious thing, I can't accept it. After hearing Yang Yunxiao's words, Duan Lingtian naturally realized the value of the round bead in Yang Yunxiao's hand. If even the power that could destroy a storage ring could not destroy it, how could it be ordinary? If you don't accept it, could it be that you don't want to acknowledge me as your martial uncle? Yang Yunxiao asked with a glare. Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. Whether it was Yang Yunxiao's enthusiasm or the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's enthusiasm, it was difficult for him to accept it. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian further realized the influence of his master, whom he had never met. Even the heavenly emperors of 2 Devata realms treated him with respect. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Feng Qingyang and did not know the extent of Feng Qingyang's relationship with the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he could tell they were just acquaintances. How could the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven be willing to give away a treasure that he had studied in the 9 Serenities battlefield for tens of thousands of years? Based on this, one could see how much he valued Duan Lingtian. In the end, Duan Lingtian accepted the round bead from Yang Yunxiao. It was not only because of Yang Yunxiao's insistence, but it was also because Huang, the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, had spoken to him. Master, please accept this old man's gift. It's very useful to me. It'll give you a big surprise. Who was Huang? She was the soul of the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. In fact, before she was the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, she was already the soul of another prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask curiously, Huang, what's that? There are many names for this item in different realms of gods. All you need to know is that with this item, I'm confident I'll be able to turn the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme grade divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Huang Er's words. A supreme grade divine weapon? In the past, Duan Lingtian had asked Huang if the 7 orifices exquisite sword was the best divine weapon. At that time, Huang had said it was not. When Duan Lingtian had pressed her, Huang had told him there were supreme grade divine weapons above prominent divine weapons. Naturally, supreme-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. They were usually in the hands of the leaders of the major forces in the realms of gods. Ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with them. Above supreme-grade divine weapons were supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon was personally forged by a supreme-grade divine weapon. It was not something an ordinary divine weapon could possess. Supreme-grade divine weapons were usually in the hands of a supreme-grade expert. Naturally, those close to a supreme-grade expert might possess a supreme-grade divine weapon as well. Master, the materials used to forge a supreme-grade divine weapon are no different from supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon is a supreme-grade divine weapon stored in the body of a supreme-grade divine weapon and nurtured for 10,000 years by the supreme-grade divine weapon with supreme divine energy. However, although the materials used to forge the weapon are the same, the former can easily kill the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon and the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon. The difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a supreme-grade divine weapon is greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a primitive divine weapon. In fact, it's even greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and an emperor-grade celestial weapon. At that time, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of divine weapons. At the same time, he realized his 7 orifices exquisite sword could only be considered an average divine weapon in this world. A supreme-grade divine weapon. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Moreover, since Yang Yun Shao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, insisted on giving him the divine weapon, Duan Lingtian decided to accept it. Thank you, Senior Uncle Yang. That's right. A bright smile appeared on Yang Yun Zhao's face when he saw Duan Lingtian accepting the divine weapon. Then he shifted his gaze to Hua Lao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, and said, I've also heard of Celestial Emperor Jin Wu, among the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's subordinates. You're second only to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. However, when I sparred with Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you weren't in the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven yet. Or rather, you weren't under Feng Qingyang's command? Yang Yun Shao asked. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I only started following Lord Heavenly Emperor a few hundred years ago, Hua Lao replied respectfully. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could tell Hua Lao was more respectful to Yang Yun Shao than to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason behind this. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was only a 7-star god of war, while Yang Yun Shao was an 8-star god of war. As expected, Yang Yun Shao nodded in realization. When do you plan to leave? Yang Yun Shao asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. He looked like a kind elder looking at 2 juniors. Grandmaster, Li Fei replied respectfully, I plan to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for another 2 years to accompany you before leaving. All right. Yang Yun Shao nodded. It's rare for you to be so filial. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, Junior nephew Duan and Hua Lao, please take good care of them. Yes, master. Then Yang Yun Shao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior nephew Duan, I'll be leaving the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for a period of time. If you have any problems in the Heavenly Palace, you can look for me. I understand, Senior Aunt Yang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Yun Shao watched as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor brought Duan Lingtian and the others back to her place of cultivation. A month later. Duan Lingtian hasn't left yet? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asked with a slight frown on his face. Father, I've asked someone about it. Kong Yu Yi's expression was grim as he said coldly, Duan Lingtian plans to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for 2 years before leaving with Li Fei. That bitch Li Fei said that she would accompany Third Martial Uncle for 2 years before leaving. Kong Yu Yi said, 2 years. Upon hearing this, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's frown disappeared. 2 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Let's just wait. Don't worry. I'll personally capture Duan Lingtian in 2 years. You can torture him to death in any way you want. However, you must kill him before your third martial uncle arrives. If your third junior aunt arrives and he's still alive, you can't make a move. I'm afraid she'll attack you in a fit of rage. As long as Duan Lingtian dies and we don't kill Li Fei, no matter how angry your third martial uncle is, he'll at most fight with me. At most, I'll be slightly injured. After that, this matter was left unsettled. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. Upon hearing the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yu Yi's eyes lit up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, In that case, we'll let Duan Lingtian live for another 2 years. 2 years later, I'll tear that Duan Lingtian to pieces in front of Li Fei. I'd like to see what kind of expression Li Fei will have when that time comes. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.